Okay, I'm here finally. Sorry about that. It took a little bit longer than usual because I ended up having to do a little bit more stuff than I thought I would. But I'm here now. Oh, God. I'm gonna say this up front. I might be a little less talkative or more talkative tonight, depending on how I feel. But presumably a lot more irritated as well, because literally right when I woke up and I went to use the bathroom, I realized I am on my period. So great, fantastic. I will say, without getting too into details, I knew it was coming soon. I just didn't want the first day to be today. I would have been better off with it being Friday or Saturday, just not today. But it is what it is. Whew. It also doesn't help that it's still fucking cold. It's still so cold. Granted, it's not as bad as it was 2 weeks ago. Which, great, right? But, but as I said before, winter makes me especially just, brings my mood down so much. But, thankfully, I didn't forget to bring my water with me, so I don't have to get up and go get it in the middle of stream. And another thing, too, because it did occur to me. So, I've talked before about how Katawa Shoujo was made by, people from 4chan. And I've said before that, Katawa Shoujo is probably, one of the only good things to have come out of 4chan. I still stand by that. But if you've been keeping up with certain news regarding government files, that's unfortunate timing on my end. We're not gonna get into that because there's a lot there that is really high-key depressing and illegal. And just vile. Let's say that. Vile. And I don't want to bring down the mood of this. So, I'm just saying it's a little awkward. It's a little awkward. Little bit awkward. But, yeah, I'm excited. I know that there are probably going to be some people who've been joining the Steins Gate streams. They're going to be a little bit disappointed that it's like, oh, you're not continuing on with Steins Gate. And I'm like, no, we're going to be taking we're going to be taking a little break from it. Again, I don't want my channel to be completely Steins Gate, for the entirety of 2026. So, I want to have some things in between. So, at the very least, this will be a good start, especially because we're in the month of February. It's Love Month. And we gotta have something. And it is going to be a special, it's going to be a special thing today, since we're starting off with Rin's Route. Sorry, I'm a little bit loopy right now, because I'm feeling that not lethargic feeling, but that fatigue. Which will probably go away the further on we go on. But, yeah, Rin's Route. It's gonna be fun. Considering that, I feel like Rin is definitely I know she's probably not super popular within the fan base. I know Shizune's route was not popular. I think the character herself was, but that's because she's the fan service character, and y'all didn't get to see that. I had to see that via the sex scenes. But, but, uh, but I do know that Rin's route is a little bit, it's gonna be interesting considering, like, she's, the weird girl, and by weird girl, I mean pretty heavily autistic coded, which you'll see when we properly get on it, along with the fact that she's also a creative, which, hey girly. I mean, granted, she's an artist and I'm a writer, or former writers, considering it's been it's been close to 3 fucking years since I last actually wrote anything, but hey, it still applies. But anyway, background music is interesting because I feel like I should listen to the original Lake of Rage track, because I'm like, I don't think it's supposed to be this not cheery per se, but very bright. Is something burning? It could be. It's probably from outside. But I will say I was in a bit of a Johto mood, because I recently watched a video from someone, because in actuality, the video, someone recommended the video on Twitter, and it was a video about Johto as a region, and it was talking about how Johto is like an underrated masterpiece, I think it was. I mean, I don't know what the title of it called, but it was basically someone going into detail about why Johto's actually a pretty good region, and not like basically like a second Kanto, or like the backdrop to Kanto. And I really liked it, because I was like, oh my god, actually, because if y'all remember from my Pokemon tier list streams, when I did the Johto tier list stream, I'm not asking you to go watch all 16 hours of it, because those are long, but I do remember gushing a lot about Johto as a region, and I really liked the aesthetics of it, the lore behind it, a lot of the Pokemon that were in there too, and so I was like, oh man, I really want to listen to some Johto music. But, yeah. God, there's a part of me that's like, I want to play the Johto games, but it's like, but the thing is, I'm so picky, like, obviously I'm picky, right? But it's also like, I mean, Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, I would need to have an emulator for, which I don't. I mean, I know it's probably easy to find one, but I don't want to go through that work. But it also doesn't have, like, the quality of life that I like, so it's like, ugh. And then, yeah, and it's fucking impossible to play Heart Gold, Soul Silver on emulators for some reason, because I guess the ROMs are just fucked up. It does not matter where I download the ROMs from, they are always just gonna end up as a glitchy mess. And it's like, ugh. It would be nice, is all I'm saying, to play, like, the Johto games, but whatever. Anyway, it has been almost 20 minutes since I started, so I think now is a good time that we start. God, my mind is not here, not all of my mind is present in this moment. Alright, so we will we will see Firefox in the, I was gonna say in the near future, in the, intermission of a couple hours from now, so, ba-ba-da-da. Chat. There we go. Ah, man. Eventually I'm gonna figure out how to, get that OBS extension for chat. Okay. But oh yeah, I forgot to ask, how has everybody been doing? It's been a heck of a couple of weeks. Both good and bad. But I mean, at the very least, I've been good. I actually finished I finally finished through my book haul that I got for Christmas, and I'm actually almost finished. I finally got back to a book that I've been like, that I keep like picking up and dropping, and I'm just about finished with it. I'm probably gonna finish it tomorrow, in all honesty, depending. That is so loud. Holy. Okay, let me adjust the window here. Okay. Actually, it needs to be down a little bit more. There. Actually, we could probably move it. There we go. Sorry, I'm so anal about, like, the positioning of windows here. Did I do window capture or game capture for this? I probably did window capture, because game capture's not doing anything. Chotomate. There we go. Okay. But yeah. Man, I can't believe how filled in this this graphic is. You know, even though I have played through all the routes of this game before, I did it at like different intervals of my life. So I've never actually, yeah, so technically, I've never completed all of this game. Like, I think if anything, this is like the most I've ever had of the graphics on here. So I do wonder if like, because there is a part of me that wonders if this is gonna like turn into a heart, right? I mean, because I mean, you can kind of see where I'm getting that, right? Like, because I mean, we have like the corners here that seem to like, you know, because like this is meant to be the starting point, and then like do, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm pretty sure that Rin and Lily are gonna probably be filling in this empty space right here. But yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Do we have all the songs? I don't think we do. Yeah, we're still missing one track, which I don't know if it's supposed to be like from a bad ending, which we don't do here, or if it's gonna be from the Lily or Ren route. It's probably gonna be from the. Actually, I think I know it's probably gonna be from the Lily route, but I'm not gonna spoil that. The library. So these are all the scenes that we've gotten. We're halfway through all the scenes of this game. Obviously, we're not going to get 100% because those include bad endings and neutral endings. But yeah, so obviously we got most of Hanako's scenes. I think we're only missing one of Emi's scenes, yeah. And then Shizune's scenes, I think we got all except for the bad ending. Oh, no. Oh, I think these are probably the bad endings. Right here. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Of course, Lily and Rin. I'm a little afraid to go into the gallery because of the sex scenes, because we did get all the CGs. But, anyway, I think now we should start. Now, I will say, I don't know how long Rin's route is going to be. And admittedly, I don't even remember when, because I will say this, I feel like Rin and Lily's routes are probably the ones where the most amount of sex happens. And I don't remember exactly when that, I mean, because at least with Lily, I remember. With Rin, I don't. Especially because Rin is also the one with, I don't want to say the most, let's just say NSFW sprites, but there's definitely a couple sprites where I'm like, I don't know if I can show this. I mean, thankfully I do have the censor. Oh, I need to actually put that up. Yikes! Just to do that. But yeah, I mean, thankfully I do have the censor sprite, so just in, you know, so if I do need to censor on the fly, I can just do that, right? But yeah. Oh boy, it's especially because there are some scenes in Rin's route that I'm like, oh, this is gonna be uncomfortable to voice, but it's fine. Anyway, I think now we should start. Okay, gonna skip. Took a sip of water. While we're going through all this here, I'm gonna get the guide up. Music's a little bit too loud for me. Turn that down. Do, 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 do. Do. Man, I still can't believe... I wonder if Rinzrod's gonna finally be the one where we get to answer this question. Let's see... Hanako, Lily, Shizune, Emmy, Ren. Here we go. Oh, we're doing this. Skip mode. Man, music is really loud. I don't think I need to turn it down in the game just yet, but it definitely needs to be turned down for me. Let's see. Got everything I need to know. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Because I keep... Where's the option for keep skipping after choices? There we go. God, it's gonna be a pain in the ass trying to voice Kenji. Especially because Kenji does embody the more extreme and weirdo people of 4chan. Never forget the lesbian propaganda. Or whatever that fucking line was. Like, was it an Emmy's route or Shizune's route where I laughed really hard at that one Kenji line? Let's see. Attack aggressively. Get that one. Let's see. Kawaii yo ne. Let's see. Read my book. Man, I was about ready to call, like, hey, look, it's our first girlfriend. And it's like, wait, that's Hanako. Emmy's our second girlfriend. Oh my god. Oh, look, there's our current girlfriend. Can you imagine that? Man. I will say, I think I remember how Ren's voice was in the previous routes, but I don't think I'm going to, yeah, but I think I'm going to try my best, because the thing is, I'm going to be voicing her a lot. Yeah, I mean, because obviously with her being the main girl this time around, it's like, I gotta be careful to not hurt my voice too much trying to voice her, because the way that I kind of envision Ren's voice to be, like, it's supposed to be monotone, right? And I think, like, which route was it where I had a really hard time trying to, like, voice characters because, like, oh, they sound too similar. Oh, I think if I remember correctly, it was Emmy and Misha, right? Or Misha, whatever her name is. Because their voices sound so similar. Let's see. I've done my part. And it's like, oh god, how do I make these voices distinct? And I think I found out I can't. Wait. Oh, is this not... Have I not read this text? Whoops. Oh, man. And I have to start... Man, not the best choice to leave me here, game. Let's see.
She might be slacking off somewhere, just like Hichan.
Damn it. What is it with Shizune and her need to point out stuff like this? Okay. I think now we can skip. Yeah. Why? I hate that. It's like, oh yeah, just 2 lines that you get to read out and that's it. Come on. Wait. 60 degrees tomorrow? Yes. Oh, thank God for living in the South. Let me see. Take it easy. But yeah, I gotta remember, Rin's voice is gonna be monotone. Man, the amount of times that people are hitting their heads on stuff in this game, it's like, damn, does nobody have a concussion? Let's see. Okay. Oh, ladybugs are hitting my lights again. Oh. Let me see. Can I see the backlog? Here we go. Let's see. Prussian blue. Okay. Sorry, I had to I'm like, where am I again? Emmy heaves a sigh.
I guess I have to go back and get some. I promised to help with our class project, though, so I'll be back a bit later. Can you manage without it for a few hours?
Rin nods, and so Emmy leaves. Let's see. Is this skip mode? No! Okay, this is an entirely new scene, right? Creative pain. Sounds like me right now. Alrighty. Alright, so I guess this is a new scene for Rin. Cool. I stay because I like watching Rin paint, and because I have nothing better to do. I sit on a box and pick up today's book from my bag. It's a story about 3 guys drinking beer for 2 weeks straight and doing little else. Okay. Interesting. Are you done? Sorry, because I think I've talked before about how, like, ever since I moved here, I've really discovered how bothersome ladybugs are. Because they like to invade my house. Whether it's cold or warm, I found out. It doesn't matter. And a lot of the times, some of them like to fly up into my light because it has a little, it's not completely covered. So there's like a, you know, like basically there's something that keeps it from just being straight up light bulbs, like a protector, but bugs can move into it, right? I don't know how else to describe it. And currently, one of them is up there and just like, and making noises, and it bothers me so much. Excuse me. Alrighty. Rin moves from the spot that was in need of the blue and starts slowly working on another. Her foot works the brush steadily against the plastered wall. Layers of paint on top of layers of paint. The mural slowly gains more form. I turn the pages at a leisurely pace. In this chapter, they are drinking beer at the protagonist's friend's place. In the previous ones, it was the protagonist's own apartment. It's so funny. It's like I wonder if this has to be a real book, right? Just like, yeah, everybody just sits around drinking like they're alcoholics. It's not a page-turner kind of book. A slice of someone's imaginary life that makes me wonder why it had to be written. Why, indeed. The reason for doing something creative. It's something incomprehensible. Like why Rin does paintings. It feels like she and Emmy are the same, going squarely against their fates as if it's just out of spite. Rin even said something like that. Do something you can just because you can. Is that what she meant? Is that her reason? It might be Emmy's. She comes off as quite a headstrong person. Rin doesn't give off that kind of an air. Thinking about it, she doesn't give off any kind of air. Or maybe a different kind every time I talk with her. Why did she say what she said? Why does she, or anyone at all, paint or draw or sculpt or write? I've never had much of a creative impulse, so I don't think I can really understand it. It makes me feel hollow inside. What a grim thought. I can't really decide whether it's true or not either. Am I content being this way? I can't deny I'm feeling a little bit envious of Rin, but I can't really consider it a flaw of any kind. I'm myself and she is herself. Still, I do need to find something. Something that could make me feel a little less lost about myself. Okay. Something that could make me feel a little less lost about myself, instead of just drowning myself in these books as I did in the hospital. I can't help but feel disoriented. The new school, lifestyle, and people around me contribute heavily to this sensation. I'm trying my best to fit into existing social circles, and most of the people I've met have been really nice. It still feels like I'm an outsider, though. Like I don't belong. I shake the feeling off, realizing that I'm spacing out. I have neither turned a page of the book, nor done anything for Rin. She's trying to pour some paint from a big can using only her feet, having not bothered to ask me. Or maybe she did and I didn't hear it. Either way, it looks very unstable. I quickly jump to help her, as it looks like she's about to spill the entire contents of the can all over the pavement. I take the can from her feet and pour some in the bowl. She doesn't say anything, and neither do I. I catch a glimpse of her eyes, looking silently at me from under her unkempt bangs. It's an unreadable expression, a perfect poker face, mixed with a hint of something like a mild surprise. I wonder what she's thinking. Maybe she's wondering about what I'm thinking. Maybe nothing. A penny for your thoughts. Do you have any pennies with you? I don't think I do. Then I don't think I will tell. I'm not thinking anything either, so you're in luck. Except now I just did. She frowns, looking very unsatisfied. It's hard to not think about anything, but it's important. I'm about to ask why it's important when some old guy walks up to us, looking like he has some business with Rin. Oh, this motherfucker. Okay. Let me figure out how to do this voice. Yeah, so by the way, this guy only shows up on Rin's route. I don't think he shows up in any other route. So, that's why we haven't seen him before. Good afternoon. How's it going? I can make it. Rin doesn't take her eyes off the wall and responds so naturally that I can only assume they know each other. I haven't seen the man before, so I naturally wonder who he might be. Maybe a teacher? His hair is faded to a silvery gray, so much so that it looks artificially dyed. I hope that's not the case. Small round glasses hang on the bridge of his nose, but it appears he's constantly looking over the lenses, rather than through them. He's studying the mural intently over said glasses. Good, good. What bold composition you have here! He moves to inspect the mural closer, talking to himself about it in a way that makes it obvious he wants us to hear it too. Very good indeed. I don't really know what to make of it, but Rin doesn't seem to care much. She's looking around her working space, the various bowls of different tones scattered all over. Hisao. Hmm? A little more of this. Give me a second. I pour a 50-50 mix of 2 paints into the bowl to create more of the same pale pink tone Rin was using to fill up the shape of a man's face. Rin watches me doing so, which makes me feel nervous somehow. Her face is so unassuming that it feels she's just waiting for me to do something wrong. The man turns to reckon me as well, looking surprised as if he noticed my presence only just now. Maybe he did. Why, hello there! Who might you be? I'm a transfer student to Class 3-3. Hisao Nakai. Nice to meet you. Muto's class, eh? Well, I won't hold that against you. Oh my god. He laughs very loudly. Obnoxiously loudly. A few small birds take flight from a nearby tree. I'm Shinichi Nomiya, the art teacher. So this is the art teacher. In retrospect, should have guessed that much. He even looks like one, as far as first impressions go. How did you come to end up assisting my protege? I wish I knew. Okay. What does the guide say for this? This is a new choice. Oh, okay. I'm interested in the art club, sir. I guess I'm a little interested in the art club. I blurted out, partially inadvertently. What do you mean? Nothing specific. I wonder if I could come by sometime, even if it's just to observe or something. I've been thinking that I should join some club or something, so... It's in no way a premeditated move, but a vague sense of determination has really been building inside of me for this past week. I want to do something. I want to belong somewhere. It might as well be the art club, my shortcomings notwithstanding. The teacher seems pleased. Oh? You want to join? Well, we always welcome new people, of course. Club meetings are normal enough. We study various aspects of the fine arts and try our hands at them as well. Or feet. He gives an embarrassed cough, but Rin doesn't seem to mind. I take a small amount of comfort from the fact that I'm not the only one with vocabulary difficulties in this school. Nomiya rebounds from his faux pas by theatrically checking the time from his huge gleaming pocket watch, and slaps his forehead even more theatrically. I really must take my leave now, but if you have questions, I'm sure Tezuka can clarify. Somehow, mentioning clarify and Rin in the same sentence doesn't feel right. However, I don't say as much to the teacher, since he seems to be in a hurry. Tezuka, I'm pleased to see that this little project is going so well. I just stopped by to remind you to not run off by yourself tomorrow. I've invited certain people to the festival for you, and I'm sure they'd like to meet you as well. I hope I'll see you on Monday then, Nakai. Oh, hi! God, okay, I'm gonna get this out of the way now. What do I call you? Because you've been showing up to my last few streams, and I want to call you by something because I don't know, because I don't like how YouTube does the username bullshit. But other than that, welcome. We're playing Katawa Shoujo. This is a game that was released in 2012, I believe. And if believe it or not, this is made by people who are on 4chan. I know, crazy, right? But anyway, yeah, so the games, so as you can see here, the backgrounds are actually real pictures. Like, I think they say in the credits where these pictures are from, but they are real-life pictures just thrown through a filter and such to make it fit more with the game. But the sprites you can see here are real art. Real art. I feel like I have to clarify that now because we're living in the age of AI. But anyway, this is actually the 4th route we're going down out of 5 routes. So if you want to, I do have a whole playlist where you can see all the other routes. Keep in mind, though, those are long-ass VODs, so I wouldn't be surprised if you took one look at those and were like, yeah, no, I'm gonna just stick with this one. Anyway. The teacher leaves, and we are left by ourselves again. Rin is still painting as if nothing notable happened. Since nothing in fact did, I am left wondering what on earth is wrong with me. Art and I haven't worked well together in the past, at least judging from the grades I used to have in middle school. Maybe a club will be different from Maybe a club will be different than an obligatory class. Who knows? I try to come up with something meaningful to ask about it, but to no avail. I'll just go to a club meeting and see how it goes. So he invited some people tomorrow just to check out your painting? He has a lot of art people friends. They like to talk about art. I think he wants me to talk about art with them. Somehow I get the feeling that you weren't too thrilled about it. Rin shrugs noncommittally, but it still gives an impression of her general displeasure at the idea of having to discuss her painting, or any painting, with other people. I don't really like talking about art. It's already a way to talk without talking, so why bother talking about it? I can understand that. It's like being bored and talking about being bored because you are bored. I'm not following you. Have you ever talked about being bored? It's pointless and not very exciting. All you can really say about it is, I'm so bored. I once spent a week trying to think of something meaningful to say about boredness. It was the most boring week I've ever had. But that's pretty fitting, don't you think? Rin gives me a look, the laconic kind that looks like it doesn't mean anything, but it does. Anyway, I don't know. I guess I just rarely can come up with anything to say about art. I mean, like this one you're doing now. I have no idea what to think about it, except that it looks nice. What is its painting about? It's not about anything at all. Ellipses. That's what I'd like to say, so I did. But that was a small lie. I said it anyway because I would kind of like it to be true. Teacher wanted me to do this, but I didn't have any ideas. I tried to have some, but nothing happened. So now this is a painting without any ideas. But what are you painting then? No idea. Come to think of it, I think I'll call this no idea. Now I started thinking again. This is bad. She shakes her head vigorously for a while, trying to shake thinking out of her head. That amber red hair flies wildly around. This is why I had Emmy help me. She makes it easy to not think about anything. You know how she just talks about nothing for hours? It's like her head is made of bubblegum foam bath jelly. You're kind of the same, but not really. It's very helpful if you stay here. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. It's probably neither, with Rin being the overtly neutral person she is. So is there anything specific you'd like me to do to make you not think? Just be. So without knowing what I should do, I just sit on an empty box to watch her continue with the painting, idly leafing the pages of the beer-drinking book. Rin has a serene expression on her face, her dark green eyes hiding what she might think behind them. No, wait, she's supposedly not thinking anything, right? She quietly hums to a tune, interrupting every now and then with polite requests for more paint or another kind of brush. Her concentration is admirable, even though she seems to be sleep-deprived and under pressure to finish the job. Inch by inch, the painting gains more form, details being added on top of details, colors entwining with each other, filling the empty spaces, growing on top of each other. I find myself thinking about inspiration and motivation to create art again. Where does one get ideas? They don't come out of nowhere, and I don't think there are muses that magically inject some inspiration in your head. Ideas have an origin and a purpose. The more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that Rin is lying about her mural, or at least twisting the truth. Maybe she doesn't even realize it herself. You can't do anything creative without having an idea of what you're going to create. That would go against the definition. Every stroke must be decided to be drawn. Even if it's made at random, then that too is a conscious decision. So her painting, even this one, must be based on having some deliberate goal or idea of what to paint. If Rin's idea is to have no idea, as she said, does that count as having an idea? A logical paradox? That seems to be Rin's modus operandi for most normal interactions, so it wouldn't surprise me if she hadn't even noticed this herself. I wonder if I should bring it up, but I'm not sure if I want to engage in an argument about logic with this girl. One of us would probably end up short-circuiting fairly quickly, so I discard the thought. What was that philosophical shit right there? Oh boy. Rin is squirming and shuffling restlessly. Even her usual blank visage breaks occasionally into pretty difficult-looking expressions. The kind that one doesn't just come up with accidentally. Everything alright? Yes. No. My back started hurting again. This painting is too big after all, and it's hard to paint in this position. Want to take a break? After I finish this part. Of course, she doesn't take a break, and I don't bring it up again because that would be completely and utterly pointless. Rin continues her work and I stay with her. I like to watch her paint, and I'm going to be a member of the same club she's in now. When she declares the mural to be finished, it's already so dark that I have no idea how she can tell. There's no celebration, no general sense of a job well done, just a tired and laconic "I'm done," and then we both go to sleep. Well... Excuse me for a moment. Ah! Okay. Gotta turn on the heater because it's getting cold again. Okay. Do we skip through this? Yep. Oh! What am I doing here? Alright, I know it's festival day, but I gotta, it's been so long. Okay, so, okay. I think it's because, like, we were talking with Kenji about the festival, and it's like, well, and I guess he asked us, well, what are you doing then, man? And we just say whatever girl we're going with, I guess. Well, I joined the art club, so I guess I'll go with them.
You did what?
I joined the art club.
Man, that was a bad move. Really bad. You don't know what kind of girls there are in the art club. Troubled angsty... Yeah. You don't know what kind of girls there are in the art club. Troubled angsty cuties who tear your heart out and eat it raw.
Well, I know one art club member, and I don't really see Rin suddenly becoming a psychotic murderer. That seems unlikely.
Don't say that. Don't fool yourself. You have no idea what you're dealing with here, man. They're the worst kind. They drag you in with all this fancy-pantsy shit, and when you least expect it, BAM!
Bam what? Kenji seems slightly fazed at my skepticism, but not any less loony.
It doesn't matter. Tread carefully, man. Tread carefully.
He fingers his scarf nervously, faster and faster like he is trying to start a fire, then slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course. Okay, I think now we can skip this. Okay. Oh, there we go. Well, we had a little bit of fun. We had a little bit of 4chan. Alright. Is he a nerd who's a Harry Potter fan? I don't know. I don't know. Again, I was talking about this earlier. I think he's supposed to be the embodiment of the more extreme kind of people on 4chan back in the day. I guess it's a Harry... I mean, because keep in mind, as I said, this game came out in 2012, long before Harry Potter's author, you know, outed herself as a fucking TERF. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was inspired partially by Harry Potter. Alrighty. The happy hubbub of the crowd greets me as I push myself through the main door and step outside. The school grounds were transformed into festival grounds over yesterday and this morning. Colorful stands line at the main walkways from the main entrance to the school building. Some people are still carrying stuff to and fro, but behind most counters are relaxed students who look like they are good to go. Most of the other students have been up early to finish the preparations. A feeling of guilt passes through me, but it soon goes away. I'm just a lowly transfer student after all. Some visitors are already strolling around the grounds. There are some young families with the perturbed parents trying to keep up with their over-enthusiastic offspring. A few students of our own accompanied by their parents. And a lot of old and young people who are here for no reason I can imagine. The Carillon? The Carillon. That is a word I've never heard. The Carillon bursts into life, and the principal's squeaky voice announces the opening of the festival over the PA system. Everyone applauds politely, if a bit unenthusiastically. A school festival. We didn't really have festivals in my old high school. It feels kind of old-fashioned, especially considering the school I came from, but it's still somewhat exciting. A day off feels sweet after the first week of hard work, despite me lying on the hospital bed for 4 months prior to this. I recall even wishing that I could go to math lessons during my stint at the hospital. I can't remember the program for the festival, even though Muto went through it during class just the other day. I step off the dorm steps, intending to take a tour around the grounds to see all the stuff the others have set up, but I only make it down to the bottom of the stairs. Hey, Rin. A few people are studying Rin's mural on the wall, while the artist herself is lounging on the sidelines, leaning against the wall and looking extremely bored and mildly under the weather. Good morning. Ohayo. Hello. How's it going? Nowhere. I'm stuck. What do you mean, stuck? I mean I can't walk stuck. I think my legs are out of order because of yesterday. Does it hurt? It's hard to say. Maybe. The strain of working on the mural was greater than she let me know. I thought it was just a bit of tired muscles or something. I mean to ask something further, but Rin swiftly moves on to another topic. Teacher's friends came by. Then they headed into town for lunch and asked me to go. It was a good thing my legs hurt so much. But you're stuck sitting there? That's not good. I'll just wait till I can walk again. It should be either sooner or later, if you think about it for a while. I was wondering, how important is the art in a visual novel? VNs feel closer to books, so maybe they depend more on the story than the visual designs. Huh. I mean, to be fair, how do I put this? I feel like visual novels are meant for people who, like, who I think like want to read, but it's kind of hard for them but it's kind of hard to read books when you don't have any, like, because the thing with reading books, right, is that you have to imagine everything, you know, from the characters to the settings to not to the settings, to the environments, etc., right? Like, you basically have to let your imagination work, right? Whereas with visual novels, I mean, you don't have to imagine the environments. You don't have to imagine what the characters look like. Like, the only thing that you have to let your imagination do is whatever this little box here, the text box, says is, like, going on in the actions, right? So I think in that sense, art is important. But I think it's also to kind of, like, help convey something that I think would be pretty difficult to do via text. So, yeah. I don't know if that accurately answers your question, but that's just what I think. Teacher was happy that I finished the mural. He should be. But I wonder if it's finished after all. Oh? I thought yesterday that I had done everything, but now I'm not sure anymore. I should paint more details. Maybe. Probably. It's very hard to decide. Finished or not, the mural looks great in broad daylight. Various human body parts, repeated over and over in a wildly mutating, mostly disfigured variety, are the main element. They are rough-looking, as if thoughtlessly placed and rudimentarily painted, but a great deal of thought and care has gone into each and every one of them. Does this one have a frog growing out of his head? It's a goldfish. What's that? It's nothing. Anyway... The wall is so wide I have to turn my neck from side to side to see the entire painting. It's hard to consider it as a single piece. The elements don't seem to fit together, but I guess they do create some kind of a whole. Abstract as it is, I have no idea what it's supposed to be portraying, but it looks nice. That's enough for me. I settle myself next to Rin, leaning against the wall like she does. The happy noises of the festival are becoming louder as more and more folks enter the grounds. The dorms are far from the main attractions in the main building and the stands around the courtyard, so most visitors have not found their way here yet. What was that, like, that slide in from out of frame? A somewhat bored expression settles on Rin's face, making her look detached from everything that's going on around her. She's being awfully quiet. I wonder if she's in pain. So, what did the art people say about your mural? My question wakes Rin from her daydreaming. She lazily turns her face towards me. I'm not sure. I think they liked it? Maybe they did. What about you? Are you happy with the mural? Because I kind of participated, it'd be terrible if you were unhappy. Rin tilts her head, biting her lower lip. I think it came out decently. It's not bad, but it's not good either. It just is. I guess I'm alright at being empty-minded. Can I ask something else? What does the painting really portray? I thought about it yesterday when you said that it doesn't portray anything. But that's a logical fallacy, isn't it? You can't make something out of nothing, not even art. Rin frowns and turns her head back towards the clouds. I don't know. I'm not really good at explaining things. It's just a mural. There's nothing special to it. I said it already. She sounds annoyed at my inquiries.
I didn't know what I'd paint, so I decided to paint just a mural. It's a mural that portrays a mural. No, wait. I just thought up a better way to say it. It portrays itself. So, its muralness is at the maximum, at least as far as I can do. So if you think it has some meaning, I think that's the same as this one has.
That makes no sense. Meaning.
I feel the corners of my mouth turning upwards into a smile that's just a bit... I feel the corners of my mouth turning upwards into a smile that's just a tiny bit bothered. I've never understood art in the deepest meaning of the word. I get the basics, how art is supposed to be only a means for exchanging ideas and thoughts. However, I never learned how I should interpret a piece of art, to somehow divine what the artist intends to say through it. I know it's not any special skill, but somehow my brain never can connect art with anything else than what I see. All I see is a mural. I can admire the technical skill. After all, even I know the difference between bad art and mediocre art and good art. But that's as far as I can go, so don't ask me about meanings, Rin. Her reply sure made me reluctant to ask her about it any further either. So what are you doing when you get on your feet? Nothing. Nothing? But there's the festival, don't you want to go have some fun? I'm fine like this. You don't like socializing much, do you? I think I'm arguing more for her than for myself at this point. It's not that I'm particularly thrilled about the festival either. Just a bit curious to see what it's like, and that's about it. Her answer is unsurprising. No, I don't. I guess me neither, in the end. You should go if you want to. I know, but I can keep you company. I'm not used to all this just yet, so it's okay to take it easy. I can leave, though, if you want to be alone. I like it if you are here. Wait, I like it if you are here. I like it if you're here. There we go. Let's try. God, these line deliveries are weird. We circle around each other with words, but eventually end up somewhere. Her saying that makes me feel oddly happy, so I stay. Her presence is something I like too. The odd, warm aura of serenity that she seems to emanate makes it comfortable to be silent. I really like that. We watch people walk by, the two of us silent, everyone else chattering happily among themselves. Students are leading their families to the dorms to show their rooms. They pass us and the mural, maybe glance at it once or twice. I pay less attention to them, and more to my companion, trying to figure my way past her cryptic, unreadable wall of a face. Rin's eyes flicker restlessly from one person to another as they walk by. Is she waiting for people to stop at the mural? Maybe secretly hoping someone would comment on it? I don't think anyone would assume she was the artist. We're just sitting here like a pair of hobos after all, and she doesn't even have hands. I wonder if it's even in Rin's style to fish for compliments. She seems so aloof. More people walk by, some of them pointing their fingers at the mural, exchanging words that I can't make out. Someone drops a snow cone on his shoe. Too bad for him. Everyone seems to like it. I suggested tentatively, throwing a topic in the stale summer air separating us. Rin doesn't answer right away, but by now I am mostly used to her occasional slowness when she must talk. It's like she takes great care picking her words, which is really unbelievable when you consider the jumble that comes out of her mouth. I wanted to make it so that you can just look at it without thinking. Then I realized that it doesn't make any sense, so I became something like a mix of this and that. From far away, it looks like someone vomited a herd of butterflies on the wall.
which is exactly what that obnoxious president person didn't want. Is that word that? What word? That. What is the word for more than one butterfly? Butterflies? No, like a herd, or a school, or a heap. Oh. I don't know. A flock, maybe? Maybe people like butterfly vomit. Rin looks at the mural, looking surprisingly unhappy. The middle could be better. Usually I like in-betweens, but this was a pain in my butt. Not literally, of course. Then again, I did get that too. I guess it was literally after all. Don't be so critical of yourself. She looks at me funnily, but shuts up. Listen, we are our own worst critics, okay? We are always, like, I feel, because I have been there before, where it's like, I will finish something after I have spent weeks on it, and then I look back over and I'm like, this could be better. Even though I busted my ass trying to get it to sound good. I get it. At about this point, I start thinking if I should really leave and do something more constructive with my Sunday. This is the pinnacle of social failure. A whole free day, a festival right outside my doorstep, and what do? Sit here with Rin. Two bystanders with nothing to do except to think about what a pity it is to be just a bystander. Even realizing how pitiful it is, I don't do anything. I don't stand up and take off for a day of fun. Ellipses. Fidget. Shuffle. Ellipses. Rin is shuffling about restlessly, constantly swinging one leg over the other knee and then back again. She has a very irritated look on her face. Is something wrong? Yes. No. Yes. She suddenly hops up on her feet. It's surprising. I thought she was still rendered immobile, but apparently that's not the case. I have to go find Emmy or someone. I need some help with something. I can help you. No, it's okay. One of us has to stay here in case something happens. Don't be ridiculous. Nothing even remotely interesting has happened since I came here, except that one guy who dropped a snow cone on his foot. Let me help you, since I'm bored. So, what is it? Rin's lips flatten tightly against each other into an almost perfectly horizontal line. She closes her eyes and draws in a deep breath. When she opens her eyelids, the frighteningly stern look in her dark eyes takes me aback. Hisao, you might not want to hear this, or maybe you do. I don't know. But it doesn't matter, and even if it did, you are not leaving me any choice. I'm having my Wow, this is very topical right now. I'm having my period, and I need some help regarding that. However, I don't feel that our relationship is yet on the level where I could allow you to pull my underwear down in the girls' toilet, even if you offer to. That's why you should stay here while I go and look for Emmy. As blood rushes to my cheeks like the rising tide, my brain tries to desperately search for an answer, but the only thing I can think of is how that was the most coherent thing I've heard coming out of Rin's mouth during these 4 days I've known her. That she's on her period? Yes. Yes. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Wow, that is very topical considering I'm also on my period. Not wanting to meet Rin's eyes, I turn my face aside, pretending I'm looking at someone's parents. From the corner of my eye, I see Rin turning on her heel and walking off without further ado. I feel like going to hide under some rock. I mean, I will say, that's a pretty normal reaction, I imagine. It's just so fucking funny to me. I wonder how long Rin will be gone, or if she will return at all. She does return eventually, appearing seemingly out of nowhere and sitting back to where she was, next to my place. I'm back. She says it flatly, like my blunder never happened. I'd prefer to forget the whole matter as well, so I keep quiet. It's... I can imagine. I mean, to be fair, I can understand the shock and the feeling because she did say it so bluntly. But it's just a period, my dude. It's fine. We just bleed a little bit, and it sucks. We just deal with it for a week, and we're fine. Oh, that's a cool effect. Time passes in standstill. The sun gleams from high above the main building. It hits me directly in the eyes, but I just squint instead of moving. No, don't look at the sun directly, you'll go blind! In a bit, it becomes painful to keep my eyes open just a little, and my temples start aching. My head hurts. I think this day gave me a headache, can you believe it? Are you hungry? How is that related to headache? It's not. I asked because I am. Her oblivious seriousness melts my irritation with its ridiculousness, and I find the corners of my mouth turning slightly upwards again. You know what? So am I. I'll go get some food for us. What do you want? My treat. Doesn't matter. Returning with the food, I give one portion to Rin, taking the other for myself, and we dig in without a word. Rin looks upwards, fork hanging out the corner of her mouth. What are clouds? I always thought they were thoughts of the sky or something like that, because you can't touch them. You thought like that when you were a kid? No, last week. Maybe because sometimes my thoughts feel like clouds. Fluffy and white and slow. Like the sky was in my mind. Like my mind was the sky. The sky of your mind? Close your eyes and think of sky. You won't be able to think of anything else until you stop. I try it. It works. Magic? Maho. Opening my eyes, I see Rin studying me with her eyes. It feels uncomfortable because she doesn't say anything. I turn away. Clouds are water. Evaporated water. Clouds in my head! Okay, I was just like, what is this scene called, by the way? You know, they say that almost all of the water in the world will at some point of its own existence be part of a cloud. Every drop of tears and blood and sweat that comes out of you, it'll be a cloud. All the water inside your body, too. It goes up there sometime after you die. It might take a while, though. Your explanation is better than any of mine. Because it's true. That must be it. I carry on eating the food before it gets cold. The wall offers a bit of blessed shade as the sun revolves around the dome of the sky. But the afternoon is already slowly making way for the evening, so our lunch becomes more of a dinner. Or whatever the word is for an irregular meal like this. Dunch or Linner? Take your pick! Despite what I decide to call it, it certainly hits the spot. I haven't eaten a bit since forever. Wait, I haven't eaten a bit since forever. Does that make sense? I haven't eaten a bit since forever.. My appetite filled, I let out a satisfied sigh. Rin hasn't eaten all of hers, but seems to be done with her food as well. I lean back, taking in the atmosphere. The crowd has thinned already, but the activities are still going. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. And why not? It's warm, the kind of perfect summer day when it's hot, but not too hot for comfort. The sun will set soon. Time really has flown by. We've been sitting here for 6 hours, can you believe it? Yes, we have. Do you want to do something else now? No, not really. Me neither. She adjusts her position and leans against the wall, and I follow her lead, relaxing my own body. For minutes on end, we sit there without saying a word. I'm trying to feel Rin's mood from her demeanor, the tension of her muscles, the tiny expressions fleeting on her face. It's no use. She's unreadable as always. The crowd swells to and fro, people happily chattering with each other. Very few people pay real attention to the mural, and even less to us. I fiddle with a few odd pebbles absent-mindedly. The act of doing something just for the sake of doing something. The pinnacle of idleness. Inch by inch, the sun creeps lower and lower towards the tree line, changing the color of the sky close to the horizon from golden yellow to orange and red as the moment of sunset draws near. I feel like my stomach is filled with lead after eating so heavily, but the brick wall feels surprisingly comfortable against my back. I try to fight against the drowsy feeling that is overwhelming me, to no avail. Well, time to sleep. Fireworks! I wake up with a start. A low boom reverberates through the school grounds. After images of bright sparks flash through my vision like stars. Something rises towards the skies from the direction of the sports field. A tail of fire trails behind it until a burst of red and yellow flame lights the sky high above the school with another loud boom. Fireworks. Hanabi. The sudden flash of light against the canvas of the night sky awakens me to realize that it's actually dark already. How long did I sleep? I feel groggy and can't feel my right arm. As I attempt to flex it, I realize why. Oh. Aria de les étoiles. The sky of the music of the stars? Rin is leaning heavily against my shoulder, almost falling on my lap. She's fast asleep, not even fazed by the fireworks. Her mouth is slightly open, and her eyes are peacefully closed. A sleeping, childlike face of the innocent. I shake Rin gently with my free arm, trying to wake her up or failing that, move her so that my other arm is liberated from its pinch. Rin's face twitches and her eyelids shut tighter, as if to resist against waking up. She gradually opens her eyes, but keeps them half closed, letting the light from the fireworks sneak just past her eyelashes so that her green irises mirror the bright flashes of the explosions, then looks up at me and frowns. Just a while longer, okay? Rin's voice is drowsy and slow, leaving her almost unintelligibly muttered words hanging lazily in the air. It seems she's not entirely aware of the situation. Rin's head drops back on my shoulder as she leans against me with all her weight. She snuggles against my side, trying to make herself comfortable, but making me feel very uncomfortable at the same time. I become intensely, almost painfully aware of Rin's warm body, and the deep, peaceful movement of her chest against my arm, her breathing soon returning to the even rhythm. I can't help admiring her gift for sleeping, or the ease of mind of hers to use someone she has known for less than a week as a pillow. The rockets rise up to the sky one at a time, breaking into flowers of red, green, and gold, accompanied by the oohs and ahs of the audience. I try to push Rin's disconcerting proximity out of my mind, for what can I do about it? I just hope her short while really is that. One by one, the glittery bursts are born and die in a blink of an eye, coloring the dark night sky into a constantly changing abstract painting. I listen to the low booms of the explosions, and Rin's quiet breathing, trying to clear my own head of the post-awakening disorientation. Thankfully, just a while longer really proves to be just a while, as Rin stirs from her slumber and wakes up again before the fireworks are over. I fell asleep. She finally opens her eyes completely and blinks a few times. You fell asleep on top of me. Twice. You didn't like it? Well... Despite the inconclusive stammering, Rin sits upright, drawing herself away from me. Well, you are heavy. It's a lie. She weighs next to nothing, but I have to get a jab back at her, even if it's under the belt. My mock protest fails to draw any reaction as Rin's attention is drawn upwards, to the flashes of the fireworks. She seems hypnotized by the colorful play of the explosions. A slight tingling sensation goes up and down on my arm as blood starts to circulate again. It's unpleasant, but it helps me to get rid of this dizzy feeling. More and more rockets rise up to the sky, the bright colors of their explosions reflecting from the clouds. Both of us stare at the fireworks fixedly through the canopy of the trees, enthralled by the show. We would get a vastly better view of the sky if we moved even a couple of yards, but neither of us bothers to even suggest it. I really do like fireworks, even though looking at them makes me feel kinda sad, I think. It's like they want you to look at them so bad, so they're loud and bright, but when someone looks, they're already gone. It's like they weren't even real. They are real, I can tell you that. All of this is real, you know? If you think about it, nothing really lasts for long. Even something like my life or yours is just a blink of an eye in the history of everything. Like one of those rockets. Poof, and we're gone. But we're here, aren't we? Yeah, this is reality. Rin, sitting next to me, the loud bangs of the fireworks, the vast unlimited sky. These things are definitely real, even though they won't stay here forever. I feel warm inside, and I wonder if it's because Rin is so close to me, or just the feeling of being alive. I don't really know what I should say next. It's alright. Maybe I'm just talking to myself. But you know, fireworks are pretty. But in the end, isn't it somehow silly to spend so much money on a fraction of a second's worth of pretty sparkles? Ren rips her gaze off the still ongoing spectacle and leans backwards, looking at me with a repulsed face. Wow, I never expected you to be such a cynic. Cynic is a pretty harsh word. Rather than that, I think of myself as a realist. Isn't a realist just the word for what a cynic calls himself? The final rocket goes out with a bang of silver and blue, leaving the grounds eerily silent for a moment until the crowd starts moving towards the main gate like a cattle herd. Wisps of gray smoke drift up towards the dorms from the sports field. The pungent, sulfurous smell of gunpowder it carries along feels like it sticks to my hair and clothes. Was that it? I think so. I stand up and stretch my sore back. Sleeping against a brick wall wasn't such a good idea after all. Rin stands up as well and turns to face me, with an expectant gaze on her tired features. Although she seems to have trouble focusing her eyes, she is looking straight at me, something I feel has not occurred too often in the past week. So... I suddenly realize we've been almost on a date here, as if by accident, even if we did nothing. But it wasn't. Okay, that's a typo right there. So why is blood rushing to my cheeks and my speech stammering? I don't know what I should say, especially since it seems Rin is waiting for me to say something. But luckily, she solves my problem for me. Good night, Asao. She gives me one more lingering look, measuring me from tip to toe, turns around on her heel and skips off, disappearing into the crowd. Okay. Good night. I'm left standing there, giving my response to the cooling night air. The festival turned out to be nothing like I expected. I ended up spending all day in one spot with Rin, even though neither of us agreed on nor suggested that we do anything. I just didn't have anything better to do, and evidently, neither did she. Rin's warmth lingers for a while longer in my body, before disappearing into the falling night. Animation! Oh. Act 2. Disconnect. Oh, that's a bad thing. Cutscene. Yeah, that is, I will say, that is the one thing I wish more visual novels had, where it's like, I wish we got more animated cutscenes. Like, I mean, again, I'm not asking for the entire game to be filled with them, but like, man, it would be nice, you know, because... Because, like, I don't know, I feel like it would be a little bit more, like... I don't want to say entertaining, but still. You know what's funny is that, I know, because I know that's... Okay, so, if it wasn't... I think I talked about this before, but if it wasn't easy to tell in my Steins Gate playthrough, I'm not playing the Elite version. I'm playing, like, the original version, right? Because, I did look at the Elite version, though, just to be like, what is the difference, really? Because I saw that, Steins Gate Elite, I think, replaces a lot of, CGs and stuff with, I don't... So, here's the thing. Is it frames from the anime? Like, just still images from the anime? Because if that's the case, that's a bit of a... Like, I saw the reviews, and people were like, I don't know how to feel about this. It's like, it doesn't seem like... Like, it just seems like we're being a little bit lazy. And it's like, man, it probably would have mattered a little bit more if those were animated scenes from the anime. But I guess, like, you know, we can't do that. I don't know. But yeah, Katawa Shoujo has animations. Too bad they only appear, like, at the beginning of a route, and that's it. Like, you don't get anything else. Alright, I'm gonna save. That's from Shizune's route. I think that's from... Where's this from? Where's this from? I know it says January 1st, but it's like it doesn't give me the year. Because I know I didn't stream Katawa Shoujo last year in January. Is this from Emmy's route? It might be, honestly. I don't know. I'll go back to the gallery to see, like, is this a fucked up thing? Alrighty. A wider field of vision. It's already 8:30, but this morning's class has not yet begun. We were supposed to have physics, but the teacher is nowhere to be seen. Had I known this beforehand, I would have slept in too. Ugh! Suddenly, the classroom door slams open, and Muto grunts his morning greeting to us from the doorway. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I slept in. I was fucking wasted last night. I drank a bunch of alcohol. Muto looks like he has not slept at all. The stubble, his messier-than-normal hair, and the stained dress shirt create a less than favorable impression. I guess he had fun last night at the festival, too. Excuse my being late. I ran into unexpected problems. I'm usually not one for festivals like this, but I hope you all had a good time. After all, these sorts of events are important for you all, since they give you a short reprieve from schoolwork. The class replies with various degrees of enthusiasm, and Muto proceeds to take roll and get started. Right then. Today's subject is photon particle physics. Hey look, we got a little bit of Steins Gate after all! Before long, I have descended into a comfortable coma-like state along with the rest of the class, letting Muto's rambling speeches pass through one ear and exit the other without leaving a trace. Now, who could tell us the solution to this problem? He's written a rather easy equation on the blackboard. Desperately, he tries to get the class to participate. Nobody? Come on, guys. Nakai, how about you? Unfairly singled out and cornered, I give him an answer. It causes his shaggy features to twist into a genial smile that would scare little children senseless. Precisely! Good work, Nakai! I'm both disturbed and honored by the fact that he can remember my name only 1 week after I transferred here. What do you mean? You're... okay. What do you mean? It's like... you've been here a week. I would imagine that's enough time to memorize a name. From what I've seen, Muto has serious trouble remembering the names of anybody else in the class, and most of them have been here since the first year. Okay, the game, that was a moment the game was like, shut the fuck up, Airi, and we'll tell you why that was weird. The room settles into a dreary mood. Students and teacher alike trying to get back on track after the festival. I figure last week must have been frantic for everyone. Not a minute too soon, the lunch bells rang. Make way! Important business! I turn my head just in time to see other people scatter out of the way as someone charges from the far end of the corridor towards the stairwell. It's too late to realize that I'm standing in the middle of the corridor, directly in the way of the oncoming human projectile. I try to skip back towards the doorway. Unfortunately, the person running towards me dodges in the same direction. In the following fraction of a second, several things come to mind in sequence, yet almost simultaneously. I like that the same... I'm sorry, that actually made me really laugh, because now that you brought it up, oh shit, you're right, he does look an awful lot like Okabe. And this game came out after, so you're... Oh, that's funny. That was good. First, I recognize that the girl who is on a collision course with me is Emmy. Second, I realize that it feels somehow very natural to be tackled by Emmy once again. I could almost feel comfortable if not for the reflexive panic and terror. Third, Emmy seems to be carrying a foot-tall stack of papers while running in the hallway. She crashes into me, but at least the impact was a grazing one on my arm this time.
Ow! Why does this always happen to me?
Gee, I wonder. Could it possibly have anything to do with you running through the corridor like you were on fire? She whimpers regretfully, looking like a hurt puppy. The sight makes me regret my snappish comment the very instant it emerges from my lips.
But I was in a hurry!
I can tell.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it. Emmy wails weakly one last time and rubs her forehead as if to expel the ache while her gaze sweeps over the hallway floor. As she notices her neat stack of papers spread all over the floor in one big mess, she lets out a horrified yelp.
Ah! A printout! Oh no, what am I going to do? Teacher will give me hell if they get dirty!
They're probably fine. Let's gather them back up. It won't be a problem. We quickly round up the papers, and Emmy tries to sort the scattered pile in her hands back into the orderly stack it was.
Where are you going?
Nowhere in particular, I guess. Didn't want to be left alone with Muto in the classroom. I think he has a hangover.
Have you eaten lunch?
Not yet, but I'm not feeling very hungry anyway. She looks at me incredulously, as if doubting my sanity for letting such a thing out of my mouth.
You should go to the roof! I promised Rin I would eat lunch with her. I bet she'd like company.
Uh-oh. My lunches with Rin have been remarkably unsuccessful. I know where this conversation is going, and it's hard to not get drawn along, so I have little choice but to play ball. Okay, I'll go pick up some bread or something first. Emmy smiles brightly before I say anything further.
No, I'll go deliver these super quick and then go buy lunch for us. And Rin too, of course. What kind of bread do you like?
It's fine, you really don't need to.
Don't worry, it's alright. Consider it an apology. I'll be back before you know it.
That's what I'm worried about. Don't get into another accident. Emmy starts walking down the hall, but since she's still talking to me, she isn't watching where she's going.
I won't!
Famous last words. She's already jogging down the stairs as she shouts that not-so-reassuring promise back to me. Sighing quietly, I start plodding along in her wake, but instead of taking the stairs down, I climb upwards. The stairwell up to the roof is unlit and just as creepy as it was before. The door squeaks weakly in protest as I push it open. Rin is there too, like Emmy said, lying on her back at the other end of the pebble-covered rooftop for some reason. Predicting something unnecessarily strange again, I walk to her as slowly as possible. Hello. She sounds very drowsy she says that, stretching the end of the word with a slurred voice. Despite that, her eyes are wide open. I look down at her, my shadow overlapping her face. What are you doing? Rin raises an eyebrow. I thought you had a heart problem, not an eye problem. She answers, challenging the rationale of my perfectly valid question without even tilting her head to look at me. Rin's smart-ass comments are infuriating. The worst thing is that I'm not sure if she's doing it on purpose or not. Alright then, let me rephrase. Why are you lying on your back on the rooftop? She gives a lazy shrug and sniffs dismissively. I'm trying to experience. People probably don't do this enough. What exactly are you trying to experience here? I can't really tell, but there's probably a reason people don't do... whatever. She's playing dodgeball with me again, answering my attempt at small talk with riddles I don't want to puzzle out. But I don't want to ignore her either. Yeah, but the reason is that everyone is too busy with their lives to pay attention to the really important things. Like watching the sky? She tears her gaze away from the sky and finally looks straight at me. The penetrating deepness of her eyes when she focuses them on something is startling. For fuck's sake. We can't get away from the real weird comments even in this game. You know, if you were a girl, I would be able to see your panties. If I was a girl, I wouldn't come this close to anyone who tried to sneak a peek at my panties. I have that much common sense. I wouldn't either, but sometimes it can't be avoided. Like now, for example. To tell you the truth, I don't even really want to peek at your panties, though. Underpants are the soul of a girl. You shouldn't peek at someone else's soul, even if you're not a girl. As a guy, I guess I can understand that. To us, there's some sort of half mythical object that we can't quite comprehend. Yeah, that's exactly how I think about them, too. What a coincidence. It really is. So, did you have world history in the morning class? I skipped class. To do this? Well, I'm not actually doing what it looks like I'm doing, or at least I think that what I'm doing doesn't look like what I look like, but from your perspective, probably. Yeah, I skipped class to do this. I guess whatever your reason is, it's as good as any. What the fuck was that convo? See, this is what I was talking about when I say, like, she's pretty heavily autistic coded. Like, they don't come out and say it, but it's pretty clear. Like, this girl is not fucking right in the head. And I say that as someone who also is not right in the head. Giving into the tired feeling in my legs, I sit down on the roof next to Ren. The pebbles are not the most comfortable bed in the world, but if she can stand it, then I should be able to as well. What are you waiting for? Try it. I bend my neck backwards to take a look at where she's looking. The silvery blue sky, dotted by herds of cloud sheep, fills my field of vision entirely. While it's pretty, the view is nothing special, even though the weather is fair. I give a shrug, trying my best to imitate the nonchalant manner which Rin seems to have evolved to perfection, and lie down on my back. The stones poke at my back through my thin shirt whenever I shift my weight even a little, forcing me to keep as still as possible. I tried to ignore the discomfort and myself, instead concentrating on the vastness over us. Far above, the summer clouds drift soundlessly across the dome of the sky. Neither of us has anything more to say, thus silence covers the rooftop. The subdued noises of students on their lunch break, cicadas in the trees and traffic buzzing past the school or humming pleasantly somewhere in the background. Listen, I had a great time yesterday. Did you? Well, to be honest, no. But it was alright. It was probably the longest time I've ever sat in one place without doing anything, which is kinda impressive. I try to make it sound as convincing as possible. Is that impressive? I think it is. I'm usually too restless to do anything like that. I think I had a good time too. A cloud passes above us, casting its shadow on the school. A chill surges through me from the sudden change of sunlight to shade. I realize that summer is not in its full bloom quite yet. The only measure of time passing is the slow pace of the clouds moving towards the town. Stray beams of golden sunlight leak through the gaps, blinding me for a moment whenever they hit me directly in the eyes. The blue of the sky looks so unreachable. This reminds me of the time I spent in the hospital, where I was bored out of my mind on a daily basis. Somehow, it didn't matter after a while. I learned to appreciate other things besides watching TV and gossiping with people I didn't even like. A comprehensive sensation of calmness spreads from my sight to my other senses, finally hitting my brain. An airplane zooms by, leaving two thin contrails in its wake like a pair of chalk lines drawn from one end of the sky to the other. I wonder where it's heading. The low din of its engines carries all the way down to my ears, although it's barely audible over the racket from the quad. It's nice. It's nice, but I don't understand why this is more important than going to class. Isn't it good to do something you like? Every once in a while? Of course, but...
What are you doing?
Emmy has snuck up on us without either noticing and is only a step away from me, holding several packages wrapped in plastic film in her arms. She leans forwards and peeks over me, overshadowing my face almost exactly the same way I overshadowed Rim before. I wonder how weird this looks, the two of us lying on our backs on the rooftop. That's what I ask, too.
I would be more concerned about what you're doing. If I were you, I wouldn't come that close to people who could see your panties. Rin!
Emmy's voice is scandalized, but she quickly takes a step backward, pressing her hands against the front of her skirt so abruptly that the parcels of bread she was carrying fall. I quickly avert my eyes and glance angrily at Rin. She pretends not to see me.
Hasao isn't like that, right?
Right. shifts the eyes from left to right. Emmy scowls at Rin and crouches down to pick up the packages. She wipes the dust off them and skips lightly around me to Rin's other side where she sets herself down.
Anyway, here's your bread. Sorry it took a while.
That's alright. Thanks for treating me. I pull myself up into a sitting position and gratefully accept the bread Emmy is offering. All three of us ravenously dig into the simple meal. The bread is surprisingly decent and readily fills my stomach. I follow from the corner of my eye the skill with which Rin handles her bread between her feet.
I haven't seen you on the track in a few days.
Oh, right. I figured it was too heavy a routine for me to start with.
So you've been doing something else?
I've been considering my options. She frowns, but doesn't pursue the issue further, for which I'm thankful. Emmy seems pretty headstrong, and I wouldn't really want to get pestered by her about this on a daily basis. I have enough burdens to bear with Shizune and Misha already. Meanwhile, we already know what that's like in her route. We barely finished the lunch before the bells rang, calling us back to our classrooms.
Hichan!
Oh god, I just went from one high-pitched voice to another. Stop. Misha waves at me as soon as I enter, and starts talking before I even make my way across the classroom.
How was your festival? Did you have fun?
Still somewhat undecided on that. I'd say probably. Why?
Just asking.
Her eyes glint in a way that tells me she's not just asking. I can't even start to guess her motives, though. As the well-timed entrance of the English teacher prevents us from talking further, Misha falls back to plan B.
I was there all day with Shichan. We had a lot of fun.
Weren't you supposed to be doing work?
Don't worry. Everything went really well.
I don't reply to that, and she leaves me alone after Shizune demands her attention. My own attention, on the other hand, is directed out the windows. Now that I look at it from here, through the window in the foliage just outside, the sky seems smaller. I catch only small glimpses of blue, Everything else is a clutter of noise right in the middle of my field of vision. What experience did Rin want out of staring at the sky? Surely she's done it before. Everyone has. It's no use trying to guess her mind, but if I don't do that, then I have no excuse for not concentrating on the teacher's words. I look at the scribbles appearing on the blackboard, trying to figure out their meaning with little success. English really is not my favorite subject. We have a strong mutual dislike for each other. Meanwhile, me, who used to score pretty high on English stuff. Thick, hot afternoon light invades the corridor, making the air feel heavy and lazy. My body feels weighed down by it as I drag it 2 doors down the hallway to the art classroom. Okay, I'm gonna actually save real quick. I always feel like I have to do this with every new scene. Maybe this is part of the reason why I didn't join any clubs before. Afternoons just aren't suited for activity. Hey, new CG! I knock on the door of the art room and open it. A girl who is possibly doing something important with the scroll of paper she's carrying turns to reckon me, and smiles in a sweet, if a bit confused manner. Hello? This is the art club, right? Yep. You interested in joining? Yeah. In fact, I might already have done so, but we'll see. I give her a weak smile, and her own widens a notch, making me feel less nervous. Great! Have a seat then. We'll start when the teacher gets here. Without even scouting the room for a good spot, I walk quickly to the back of the room and settle myself on a free seat, apart from everyone else. A few other members are lounging in their seats, waiting for the teacher. Rin sits alone in a window seat, looking outside. She's the only person here that I know, although a guy I've never really gotten along with from my own class is here too. Nobody else comes to greet me. Maybe introductions are left for later, so I just settle for silent observation as well. One boy has sunglasses on. An odd sight indoors were we not at Yamaku. I'll bet he's the blind student Rin was talking about. The wait proves to be extremely short. Nomiya walks over to stand behind his desk in 3 long strides, then gives a smile and a flamboyant greeting. Good afternoon, everyone! First things first. Hisao there is a new member, so everyone get along with him. Oh, I hate that. It's like, no, don't fucking call me out! He winks at me unsettlingly. Why would you do that, sir? All 8 members of the club, including myself, answer his greeting with considerably less enthusiasm. Still, people finally straighten up in their seats and begin to pay attention. I think some of you still have projects to work on, so please continue with those if you like. As for the rest, I was thinking that today we could do some rough studies. How does that sound? Nobody answers except with some unintelligible murmurs, which Nomiya apparently interprets as unanimous approval. Approval! Excuse me. Alright then! Everyone not working on other projects, choose a partner and draw a sketch of one another. You should be able to complete this today, but if not, we can continue it next time, or even do it again if you find it interesting. Remember to pay attention to lighting and shadows, and give it your best. Pairing up? I feel pretty awkward about it, hardly knowing anyone here. I wish someone would ask me to be their partner. People stand up and move their chairs closer together, but nobody comes to me. Pretty soon, everyone else has paired off. Friends team up with each other, but I'm left alone. Well, there is Rin. Yeah, why not pair up with her? You know her. And she probably would pick you over anyone else. She's sitting in the furthest corner of the classroom, still staring out the window and seemingly uninterested in taking part in the exercise. Since she's the only other one without a partner, I walk to her seat. I can't see her face because her hair is covering most of it, and she's looking away from me. Rin? I call out to her. No response. Hey, wanna partner up? You're the only one I know here. She seems to finally acknowledge my presence, head turning like a robot as she looks to see who is addressing her. Ellipses. Rin doesn't answer, and I don't want to repeat the question either. I'm sure she heard it the first time. Why doesn't she say anything? It can't be such an awful fate to be paired up with me, can it? She doesn't look at my face, and instead stares directly at my chest and stomach. Oh, okay. Why not? Okay. Good. Great. I'll get the stuff for us. That was awkward! Looking at the equipment Nomiya has prepared for today's meeting confuses me. Instead of graphite or pencils, we're apparently supposed to do ink sketches. I've never done anything like that before. The teacher, however, seems confident in my abilities to adapt to this medium. Simple! First you do the outlines in ink. You let them dry, and then you shade with the diluted ink. This is called India ink. It works like watercolors. If you're uncomfortable with it, use a pen instead of a brush for the outlines. Got it. Chew. I pick up paper, water cups, one pen for me, one brush for Ren, and ink for both of us, then return to Ren. Grabbing a vacated chair from nearby, I seat myself directly opposite her. Do you want me to do it with my foot or my mouth? What did you say? She tilts her head, her brows forming questioning arches, as if she doesn't understand that I didn't understand the question. I don't mind drawing either way. You look better if I do it with my foot, though. With your foot, then, if it's all the same to you. Nodding in answer, Rin gets up from her seat and kicks off her sandals. In two fluid motions, she picks up the paper sheet and drops it on the floor, then snatches the brush between her toes before sitting on the floor in a weird half-cross-legged position. Although I've seen her do everything with her feet already, from eating to painting, this display of dexterity is so prodigious that I just stare at her, stunned. Rin contemplates her blank paper intently. The sharp tip of her brush hovers over the paper in anticipation. When she raises her head to see if I'm ready, I quickly turn my face away. I'll go first. Make a pose. What kind of a pose? It doesn't matter. That's the point. You have to make the sketch of the impression you get, not decide beforehand. I end up just sitting in my chair, my hands hanging limply between my knees. I look at her, and she looks at me for a moment before beginning. Rin's stare is piercing, but impassive, as if she were trying to absorb a part of me into her own self. I feel like I'm physically shrinking under the pressure of her gaze. I get the feeling that for the first time since we met, Rin is actually looking at me, instead of in my general direction. She sketches with confident, bold sweeps of the delicate brush, not caring about the potentially destructive consequences of an accidentally misplaced stroke. After she's happy with the outlines, she stands up to pose for me, stretching her back and legs. This time, she doesn't look at me. Instead, Rin lets her gaze wander around the room. I'm relieved. It's easier to stare at someone when they aren't staring back at you. Even so, I find it hard to get the sketch going. I'm not especially artistically talented, so I'm scared my portrait will turn into something disfigured, especially when compared to my partner's skill. I don't want to embarrass myself too badly on the first try. God, do I get it? Because there's a point, like, I have tried to draw things before, but I get so caught up in my own head about, like, it looking good that I just give up before I really do anything, because it's like, I don't want to be made fun of because I'm such a bad artist. Rin is not helping the process either. She doesn't stand still for even 10 seconds, tilting her head from side to side to judge her drawing, biting at her lower lip, looking unsatisfied, and constantly shuffling around like she was on hot coals. I finally managed to make some headway on my sketch, and with my outlines done, we both start inking in the shadow and light. Nomiya passes by and remarks on the beginnings of our sketches. Very good! Standing figure is easier for a beginner to get a grasp of. But I didn't choose the pose. I look at him and then at Rin in confusion, but he's already moving on to the next pair, and Rin seems unresponsive. Just like when she was painting the mural, Rin has become so engrossed with her work that it seems she has shut me, the classroom, and the entire world itself out from her own little sphere of existence. Listen, it's called she's in the zone. Like, she is in the zone. That's when you shut everybody else out. Every now and then, she leans backwards, seemingly to get some perspective. Sometimes she bends forward, leaning down until her nose almost touches the paper. This rocking back and forth looks silly. She's stimming! Suddenly, Rin proves she hasn't completely drifted off into a world of her own, and speaks. Are you having fun already? She doesn't raise her eyes from the drawing, which is a good thing. The breaking of the silence sends a jolt of surprise through me, as if I'd been electrocuted. I don't know yet. It's hard to say. I can't hear how she replies to my answer, because it seems she is suddenly having a private, whispered conversation with her sketch. I don't understand how she can draw so well when she has the attention span of a butterfly. As it seems she lost her interest, I go back to work on my drawing as well. I try to add texture to Rin's hair, to somehow grasp the way the golden afternoon sun lights her bright red tousle of flame, and transfer it to my paper in shades of black and gray. Somehow, this pen and the bottle of ink seem like such lousy, inadequate tools for the task. Minutes pass, but the sketch doesn't magically look any more like Rin than it did before. Her voice wakes me up from my despair. What about now? Excuse me? Are you having fun already? Why do you keep asking that? Because it's a club, right? Clubs are meant to be fun. You join to have fun. Are you having fun? Is it important that I'm having fun? Yes. Okay, I'm having fun. Good. I wonder if I said that just to please her, or if I really meant it. I can't really decide which it was. I don't hate this, though. I can honestly say that much. It's good enough for now. Ugh. I will say, my mouth is already getting tired. As the allotted time to finish the studies quickly ticks away, I desperately try to improve my awful sketch, but it doesn't seem to get any better. I want to start again from scratch, but what would be the point? There's no time for that either. Okay, everyone, that's it for today. Please turn in the drawings on my desk, and I'll see you all next Monday. It's not that bad. Like, calm down, Hisao. It's not that bad. Honestly, for a first attempt, I think this is pretty good. Better than what I would do, because I suck at art. I glance at my portrait. It doesn't exactly look like Rin. I guess you could say it portrays her, but that might be a bit generous. The nose and jaw look hideous, and the shading is terrible. Granted, it's my first attempt at drawing with ink, but it's still pretty bad. At least she looks like a person! That's not bad. Yeah, see, look! She sneaked up behind me while I was lost in thought. Damn it. I was hoping I could smuggle the portrait to the teacher without you seeing it. Why? I'm not really happy with it. I wish I could draw better. You just need some practice. Could you take my drawing to the teacher too? Curious myself about how the sketch turned out, I peek at the picture. From the way Rin was drawing, it looked like she was really into it. Look at this! I do wonder, like, considering, you know, art, right? Like, I wonder if that sketch of Rin was like an artist trying, like, deliberately trying to be bad at something, and this is like the concept art of his sound. It's excellent. Somehow, the seemingly arbitrary strokes come together to form an image of my face. From the shape of my chin, to the messy hair, to the somewhat gloomy expression. Her sketch blows my mind. We got a choice here! Oh, that's cute. You're amazing! Sugoi! Wow, you're amazing. It's not that amazing. But thanks. I take a closer look at her work. It's still glistening with slowly drying ink. You know, I look kind of grim here. You do look kind of grim. I mean, I agree. But it's also true otherwise, too. Like this you, not the you I made. I do? I think so, at least. Her simple statement makes me suddenly feel incredibly self-conscious. I feel like I need a mirror right now to confirm or debunk Rin. It's a nasty feeling. Maybe it's just her. I hope it's just her, and that I don't look like that sketch to everyone. It's a good sketch, but somehow I get a really oppressive feeling from it. I see. Anyway, it looks really good. You really are amazing. Thanks. I'm glad I could draw you. You're an interesting person. You're an interesting person too, but that didn't help me much. My self-deprecation has no limits today, but Rin ignores it all. I knew that I could never excuse me. I knew that I could never compare, but to see the difference with my own eyes is quite humbling. See, I try to make you look like you think a lot, since you did a lot of thinking. And yeah, I might have overdone the fed up with life expression, but cynics are like that, right? I want to retort something snappy, but Nomiya gives me no time to think, ushering us to the door. Hurry up, you two! While we've been chatting, the rest of the club has taken their leave. How do we not notice that? Everybody's left. I quickly pick up our drawings and take them to the teacher's desk before hurrying after Rin, who has already left the classroom. She's not in the hallway to my surprise. I wonder where she managed to run off to in just a few seconds. Would have been nice to talk more. Well, not that I had much to say, except maybe get back at her for calling me a cynic. It's surprisingly late. I already got used to school ending at the same time every day, so I can feel the extra hours in my head. And my gut. My growling stomach reminds me that I am absolutely ravenous. I'm so hungry that I dare to try anything the cafeteria staff has deemed edible. The fuck is that word? Interstitial. Even when I see today's delicacy, fried mystery lumps, my steely resolve doesn't fade. I stuff the dinner down without tasting it at all, which is probably for the best. I don't have much homework to do, but what little I have won't get done by itself, so I stroll toward the dormitories. Preparing for the post-homework lull, I knock on Kenji's door. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Why would you do this to me? He responds from the other side, although I can't make out what he said. I try the door, but it's locked. After several seconds, the lock clicks open and he opens the door. Hi. Hey, can I borrow a book? The library was already closed after I got away from my club meeting. He is squinting even more than usual, and his eyebrows are twitching nervously.
Club? That's dangerous, man. Indoctrination, groupthink, brainwashing, you name it. High school clubs sow the seeds of conspiracy. Do you know how many secret societies have grown from high school clubs? Watch your back and don't get in too deep. You might not come back out.
Okay, Kenji. So, how about that book?
Sure, but return them and don't spoil any of my books. No drinks, no food stains, no bodily fluids, capiche?
What bodily fluids are we talking about, sir? Sure, thanks. Instead of letting me in, he retreats from the door, closing it again.
You're not allowed in.
After a few seconds, he returns with a stack of 3 thick books and hands them over to me. Opening the topmost one, a familiar emblem stamped on the copyright page greets me. Your books? These are from the school library.
They are now mine.
That's not... that's... that's not how this goes. You stole these?
What are you talking about, man? I've been liberating these from the oppressive
Here we go again.
I've been liberating these from the oppressive feminist movement that controls the library.
Please say oppressive feminist movement doesn't mean that poor librarian girl Yuko. She couldn't even oppress a wet towel. Kenji turns away, mumbling something I can't make out, and closes the door behind him. Before going to my own room, I enter the bathroom. While washing my hands, my eyes catch my reflection from the mirror above the sink. I'm just picturing Silent Hill 2 with this. Just pass the hand over the face, and now the mask is complete. I try to look for the grimness Rin saw in me, but it's just the usual me inside the mirror that stares back. I attempt to tell myself that this is what I've always looked like, but I realize I don't remember what I looked like half a year ago. Oh, that's dark. Well, not dark per se, but like... But it is interesting he says that, right? Because, I realize I try to tell myself that I've always looked like this, but I realize I don't remember what I looked like half a year ago, right? Let me see the text history. But I don't remember what I looked like half a year ago. It's interesting to think about that sentence because... Mainly because of the whole idea of... I mean, because... How do I put this? It sounds similar to, when people go through a very traumatic experience and they look at themselves in the mirror and they're like... And they seem to not recognize the person staring back at them. Like, it's not as if, like... It's not as if, like, they're a complete... It's not as if, like, they look different, right? Like, they still, like... They know they're the same. They know it's their own reflection looking back at them, but in their mind, they don't recognize who's staring back at them, right? You know what I mean? Because, because as I said, after a very traumatic experience, you tend to kind of like, that changes you, obviously, like, not just mentally and emotionally, but I would argue physically as well, because, depending on the kind of trauma, of course, you might have physically changed a little bit. Not enough to where you're a completely different person, but just enough to where, like, you can look at a picture of yourself from before and you're like, that is not what I see in the mirror. And I wonder if that's kind of the thing with Hisao, where it's like, I mean, because obviously his traumatic experience was having that heart attack and going through a near-death experience. Like, that's gonna fuck you up. And he had to stay in the hospital for months. So, so to me, it stands to reason that maybe not, because of that, like, it's kind of like changed Hisao's perception of himself to where it's like he doesn't really recognize himself in the mirror. Does that make sense? Anyway, new scene. Okay, I think we'll keep going for a little bit longer, and then I'm going to take my break. Because I do need to rest my throat and my jaw a little bit. There we go. I wake up all sweaty, as if I had run a half marathon in my sleep. Odd. I don't recall sleeping badly. It sends a little pang of worry through me. I wouldn't want to have my heart acting up without being able to notice it. Still, apart from this odd exhaustion right after waking up, I'm feeling just fine. My mouth is like sandpaper and I have nothing to drink, so I have to go all the way to the bathroom to take my meds. On impulse, I decide to take a shower while I'm at it. While I'm in the shower, I make up my mind that this counts as morning exercise if I properly compensate with a nice half-hour walk after school. Obviously, I wouldn't want to risk possible complications by going running now. Besides, Emmy will never know, and I think she's giving up on me in any case. Walking could be nice anyway, just to get to know the area. There's a big forest in the hills behind the school, or I could go down to the convenience store. While still dabbing the moisture off my skin, I set out to find my uniform. I quickly button up my shirt and pull on my pants before going outside. Normally during this time of the year, I'd be eagerly awaiting summer vacation. Having only been at school for a little over a week, I don't really have that kind of feeling. I'm still savoring the school life and considering the sharp and awkward turn my life has taken. I haven't had the time to become preoccupied with getting free of it. Besides, once vacations hit, it'll be a nice surprise for me if I'm not expecting it. Especially with the end of term exams looming ahead. At least I don't have any catching up to do with my studies. My diligence has finally paid off. I push myself past the boys gathered in the doorway and flop into my seat. From the corner of my eye, I can see Shizune and Misha pause their unavoidably animated conversation and turn almost simultaneously in my direction. They clearly want something from me. I can tell from the way Shizune smiles. It's too obnoxiously bright to be sincere and too calculated to be spontaneous.
Good morning!
Oh, God. Too much. Too much. Her greeting is made of 100% cheer and bursting energy. Morning. I fail to put either of those into my response.
You don't look very energetic.
No wonder. I don't feel it very energetic either. I think I didn't sleep well, but I'm not sure. She slaps me in the back and grins.
Cheer up a bit! It's a great day!
I catch Shizune's eyes. She has a strange, focused expression on her face, but she furrows her brow a little at direct eye contact and looks away. For a moment, I think that Shizune caught a glimpse of my worries somehow, and is pondering how to respond. But then she quickly straightens her glasses, and with them, her expression. Ellipses.
Anyway, we were wondering if you're still interested in that student council position, because we're going to make an offer that you can't decline.
Wait, what? I wasn't really interested in the first place. You're putting words in my mouth. Ellipses.
Not as such, but wouldn't it be nice to hang out with us every day while also being useful to your school?
Well, to tell you the truth, I kinda joined a club. So it'd actually be sort of hard for me to join the council, too. Even if I wanted to. Which I don't, as I said. Ellipses.
Is that so? Which club is it, Hichan?
The art club. Ellipses. Shizune's eyes glint in a sinister way. She scowls at me. With the way she looks, I'll be expecting the art club to lose its funding before lunch break, or the art teacher to mysteriously disappear from the face of the earth. Before she manages to comment, the teacher finally enters the classroom, getting Shizune and Misha off my back, and sending everyone rummaging in their bags for books and pens. I did join the art club, but the first meeting didn't really boost my confidence. I'm not really sure what I'm doing it for. I wish I could draw like Rin, but I don't know what I would do if I could. To what end would I use such a skill? I don't really know. Ignoring the teacher's sleep-inducing voice, I open my notebook to an empty page and press the needle-sharp graphite tip of the pencil onto it. What to draw? I can't really think of anything good to draw. As I hesitate and raise my hand, a meek black mark left on the previously blank paper seems aggravating. I can't even seem to get to the starting line, let alone get started. It's almost a physical feeling of being held back. Annoyingly, it reminds me of my failed attempt at jogging with Emmy. I look out of the window in desperation. Right then, a small bird takes flight from one of the cherry trees that grow everywhere on the school grounds. I can't really see it clearly, and it's not like I could tell one tiny bird from another, but I pick it as my subject anyway. Conjuring up the image of a bird in my mind's eye, I turn my gaze back to the notebook and deliberately draw a thick line across the paper to get started. It seems to be mocking me, as I can't follow up right away. Still, it's a start. Getting started is good. I slowly sketch the picture on the notebook page, the image in my brain becoming clearer as the drawing takes shape. It's really nothing. Just that nameless nothing bird on paper, but that's not important. My hesitation fades into the background along with the teacher's voice as I continue my struggle. The feathers form a simple pattern in my mind, but on paper it's a mess of too many rough lines despite my best efforts. He says all this shit while getting all... Sorry, it just bothers me, because I'm like, motherfucker! It's like, I fucking wish I could be like this. I realized that I don't really know what a bird's wings should look like, even if I try to think about it. I even put the pencil down and closed my eyes for a moment, trying to trace the shape of a wing in my mind. Being this serious about it all of a sudden makes me a little frustrated. Art class in middle school was the easy class in between exhausting subjects like math or Japanese. But there's this other side to art, the one that you see when you don't just fool around. It's almost like a completely different thing.
Hichan?
Huh? I look up to see two girls staring back at me. Misha and Shizune have carried their chairs to my desk and are now standing by my sides, looking at my drawing. How long have you two been there?
I think you need more practice.
Shizune draws a few sharp signs in the air between herself and Misha.
Shichan agrees.
Ren said the exact same thing yesterday, but why did it sound less condescending? You shouldn't judge before I'm finished. Besides, don't you know it's bad luck to see an unfinished piece of work? Misha cracked an exuberant laughter.
What? Don't be silly! There's no way that could be true!
Whatever. Shizune's eyebrows furrowed dangerously, and the movements of her hands become abrupt, like the slashing of a knife. Ellipses.
You should learn to take constructive criticism better!
I would if you'd actually offer some. I know I'm getting too defensive and that Shizune is taking advantage of it, but I can't help it. What are you two doing here anyway? Ellipses. Misha wags her finger admonishingly at my nose.
Tisk Tisk-chan, were you not listening to the teacher at all?
Ellipses. Or dot.
We have a group assignment now!
I nod bleakly and let them take the lead. Fuck you, I'm finishing my drawing.
So, what do you think of the lesson for today?
Not much of anything. I didn't listen to a word of it. Misha slaps her forehead and shakes her head theatrically.
What are we going to do with you, Hichan?
Luckily, Shizune and Misha together are more effective than 3 or 4 normal people, so I can mostly slack on the assignment. I try my best to offer at least some assistance, but I end up being mostly useless. Another scene. Oh wait, no it's not. Fuck, I'm tired. The teacher keeps us in class 5 minutes past the lunch bells, but eventually lets us off the hook. I quickly stuff my books into my bag while Shizune and Misha carry their chairs back to their own seats. The failure of a bird drawing ends up crumpled and stuffed in my pocket as I hurry outside. What do you mean the failure? It looked good! What do you mean? Oh my god, it really does embody the whole, like, we are our own worst critics. Alrighty. Alright, we are gonna take a break, because I really need to get my throat. I really need to, like, help my throat here. Also, look at that! I really think this is supposed to form a heart. So I guess this up... Yeah, so I'm assuming that, like, Rince is gonna probably continue up in this trajectory, whereas Lily's is gonna be up more this way, maybe. And it's gonna form a heart. Let's see. Just trying to get past most of this shit. Hey, there's Rin's event stuff. Let's see, here it is. 63. Whoa. Okay. Wait, that was the scene? Huh. Okay. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna close chat for a moment. Chotomate. At least we're only 2.5 hours into this. Man, I will say, my throat is dying. At least on the good side, it does seem like, I'm not, my voice is barely cracking. Alright, what music do I want to play now? It's been a hot minute. Alright, give me a moment. What was it called? Oh, that's not how you spell it. What was it called again? It's been a hot minute. Oh wait, I don't think that's what it was called. Is it this? I thought it... What the hell was it called? Oh, it's also getting cold. I turned off the heater because it was getting too cold. Oh, that's what it was called. Okay. I turned off the heater because it was getting too cold. Not too cold, too warm. But now it's like, oh my god, I gotta fucking get up. I gotta turn it on again because it's cold again. God, I really want winter to come by. I keep saying the wrong things. I'm out of it right now, guys. I'm so sorry. Are you gonna play, or... Okay. Okay. All right. Now we're at the break time. We're at intermission. Which means you can go get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, basically do whatever it is you want, because we're going to be taking a half-hour to 40-minute break. God knows I need it. Because I need to get up. My legs are aching. But yeah, but yeah, I just need to take a few minutes so I can get stuff and just walk around, help my body a little bit. But yeah, so I'll see you all in a little bit. I'll see you on the other side. That's it. Alright, I'm back. Whew. That was like 10 minutes, I think? Alrighty. Yeah, we're back to yapping with me. Man, I'm so tired. I think honestly, this past week I've been sleeping like shit. Excuse me. But yeah, like I've been sleeping like shit. Like it's been so bad. And I don't know what to do about it. I'm almost wondering if I'm beginning to feel like my age. Bless you. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm like starting to feel my age, which is weird because it's like I'm only 28. I'm not even 30 yet. But then again, my legs, but then again, my knees are probably twice my age. Or it could be like the menstrual cycle, because that obviously will also affect your body in a way where it's like you're just in a constant ache. That like, ugh, and it's like, I can handle it. I can handle being in pain for a little bit. I just wish it wasn't every month. But, I'm trying to think, like, has anything happened? Oh, God, I'm sorry, I'm out of it right now. Markiplier's new movie came out, Iron Lung. So I had heard about this movie for, like, a while. And I know what the game is. Honestly, that's probably another game I should have considered playing for Halloween one of these years. I just didn't think of it, because the thing is, like, I already know what to expect from that game, because it's the fact that, like, how do I put this? It's the fact that, like, I saw, like, other people play it before, because they were, because people were like, oh my god, you need to play this game, like, it's so good, and I was like, okay, I'll watch it then. Because obviously, because I'm one of those people where it's like, I don't know how good a game is going to be until, like, I see it in action. And obviously by the time I realize, like, oh, I like this game, maybe I should consider it playing it. It's never blind. But I do know what the game is, and, admittedly enough, I never watched Markiplier play it, but I do know that he grew fascinated with it, and just decided, like, I'm gonna make a movie out of it. And it finally came out, last week? Or 2 weeks ago. I just remember it came out within the last couple weeks. And from what I heard people say, it's really good. Like, honestly, for a horror movie that was entirely funded by himself, it came out really good. And so I'm like, man, I really want to watch it. Because I know it's currently in theaters, but the nearest theater to me is like an hour away. And everything is so expensive that it's just like, it's not worth it to go to a movie theater. Like, I'd rather wait to watch it on streaming. I do know that Mark is currently working on trying to get it on streaming services. Also trying to put out physical copies, which I'm like, wow, this dude is actually kind of smart, because it's like, because obviously in this day and age, like, like, streaming services are just deciding which shows are going to stay on their site while deciding what others are going to be, like, deleted. And a lot of those shows don't have physical media copies, meaning, like, once it's off their site, it's considered lost media. So for Mark to be like, I'm gonna put my movie on physical Blu-ray discs or DVDs or whatnot, I'm like, okay, good, that's actually pretty smart. You know, you gotta preserve that shit. But, I will say, I do want to watch it. I haven't spoiled myself on it. Although it's kind of hard to be like, I mean, how different is the movie going to be from the game? But regardless, I haven't spoiled myself on it. And I was actually thinking, I don't know how I do it, but I was actually thinking that maybe I could do a watch-along of it for for Halloween this year. But I don't know how I would do that. I mean, because I know that, like, watch-alongs, like, because, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be showing the movie, like, I'm not going to be showing any part of the movie on stream, obviously, because that's against copyright. But it's also, like, I don't want to show my face. Like, I know I've technically already done that, like, before, but there's a reason I don't do it very often. It's because I don't like looking at myself. Like, I have a complex about looking at my face. You know, like, and I don't look good. Because, again, I don't have a good camera. I don't have a camera, period. I only have a webcam. And we all know how bad webcams are. Right? Like, I don't wear makeup. So you're gonna be seeing my bare face. And I have the worst eyeshadows known to man. So I'm gonna look like a fucking raccoon. Regardless, I don't want to show off my face. But it also feels weird to just have, like, a black screen. And it makes me wonder, like, maybe I should get my ass... Maybe I should just get off my ass and do my PNG tuber. But it's also, like, I'm such a procrastinator with that. But regardless, I do want to watch the movie, at least, when it comes out on streaming. I just don't know if I'm gonna do it as a watch-along or if I'm gonna have to just do it on my own time, because I can't figure out how to do fucking, watch-alongs. Ugh, jeez. God, right now, my uterus is killing me. But, I do know that, Iron Lung did perform really well at the box office. Like, I mean, I don't know if I know that, like, for a time it was #1, but from what I've been seeing, Hollywood does not like that. Like, now, I don't know how they're doing this, because I do know that, 2 other movies came out at the same time. You have, Send Help, which is the Sam Raimi movie, and then you have the Amazon or Hulu documentary on Melania Trump, and I'm like, why the fuck should I care about that bitch? Like, she is married to the genocide dictator known as Donald Trump. I don't give a fuck about this bitch. I don't care. But regardless, those 2 movies came out, along with Iron Lung, and from what I saw, like, Iron Lung was #1, but then, like, the other 2 movies were, like, basically competing, and I don't know whether or not, like, it's intentional, or, I mean, because I think at the very least, like, when it comes to the Sam Raimi movies, like, I think people are fine with that over top Iron Lung. I think that's fine. No one wants Melania, because that's the title of the documentary, Melania to end up on top, which is fair. So, like, I'm pretty sure, like, I'm wondering, like, is it still #1 now? No, okay. Okay, so I'm currently looking at the box office, and Send Help is #1, but Iron Lung is #2. And Melania's #7. Actually, it says here that Iron Lung current the gross revenue for the as of now is $30,815,104, which is, I mean, that's a lot of money, I will say. But I can only imagine, like, how much bigger, like, how much more popular the movie's going to be once it comes out on streaming services. Because that'll mean a lot more people will have access to it. But, regardless, like, I have been seeing people talk about, like, just how the success of Iron Lung is so important, is so meaningful in today's climate, considering we're dealing with the AI stuff and all that. And, we're dealing with AI stuff along with, just, I don't want to say slop per se, but movies that you can clearly tell were just made to, like, grab, cash grabs, right? And, like, soulless cash grabs. And then you have Iron Lung, where that movie was made with such passion. It was made with passion. And I guess a good way to put it is that, like, Mark did it purely for the art. And that is something I will respect. That is something to respect, Though I do remember reading a factoid that again, I don't know what the movie is supposed to, I don't know what the movie's like, right? But I did hear that, like, cuz I do know, like, cuz I have heard details about the set, and it's like basically like Mark and his team basically made do with a wooden boat or a wooden submarine painted and 80,000 gallons of fake blood. And I do know that when it comes to a movie that uses a lot of fake blood, like basically, like, 80,000 gallons is easily, like, the most amount of fake blood that has ever been made for a movie, and basically Iron Lung, what's the word? Beat out the 2013 remake of Evil Dead, because that movie used, I think, 30,000 gallons of fake blood. So I have to wonder, like, how much fucking blood did he need for, like, what the fuck happens in that movie that he needed that much blood? Because I never watched the Evil Dead movie, but I know of the scene specifically where I'm like, oh, that's where the 30,000 gallons came from. It's during the climax with raining blood. So I'm like, what the fuck happens in Iron Lung? Does he drown in the fucking blood? Like, when does the monster burst through the sub and drown his ass in the blood? Maybe that's it. Maybe the ocean is, like, maybe the ocean that the submarine is submerged in is just blood. That's where the blood comes from. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But man. But yeah, I mean, it is just crazy, because, yeah. And it's so funny, too, because I think it was, like, it was a few days after that Jacksepticeye announced that he was now producing a movie. But this one's not based on a game, it's based on a book called, The Blood, I think it's something Blood Meridian, right? Like, let me see. Yeah, Blood Meridian. Let me see. I think if I remember correctly, I think that book is it's an old book, but I think it's also a book that is not for the weak. Like, I think it's considered, like, one of the darkest novels ever. Let's see. Oh, it was published in 1985. I thought it was an older book. Okay. I'm gonna try my best to not spoil myself. Oh my lord. Let's see. Huh. Sorry, I'm currently on Wikipedia right now. There's nothing about it. There's nothing about, Jacksepticeye's thing. I mean, I know I don't remember stuff very well, but like, I mean, I might have misspoken on the whole, like, oh, producing thing, but I remember hearing that he was at least involved in it. I saw it on Twitter, and it was by a verifiable source. Let me see. Blood Meridian movie. I just I love how the second search result was Jacksepticeye. Let's see. Oh, there's the... Well, I guess Reddit will have my back. Yeah, okay, because I was gonna say something, I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure that Jacksepticeye even confirmed on his Twitter that he was gonna be involved in the adaptation. Wait, is this not his real Twitter? Oh, was it a joke? I mean, listen, to be fair, there's nothing in here there's nothing in the response that says it's a fucking joke. But then again, I'm also autistic, so maybe I just didn't understand the point. God, I feel stupid for believing in that. I'm willing to accept being laughed at for that. But can y'all fucking blame me? Because it's like... Because again, like, the man himself fucking responded to it on Twitter. And again, there's nothing... And to be fair, I don't see anything that says it's a joke. And as I've talked before about how my autism just like it makes it difficult for me to discern what is considered a joke versus what to be taken seriously. Hence why tone indicators are actually pretty good. And yet people want to mock them, and it's like, bruh, I'm fucking stupid. But, you know, speaking of the autism thing, like, I remember how I brought up at the beginning of this stream that, Ren is pretty heavily, headcanon to be autistic, and all that. I could definitely understand that because of because of her not non-linear, like her way of thinking is definitely strange. I will say that right now. Her way of thinking is definitely strange, but there's also like her not really socializing with people, not wanting to, her constant like fidgeting and squirming, and her not wanting to maintain direct eye contact for long. Like, those are pretty big indicators of autism and such. And I feel so stupid for like having missed out on those. But then again, I played Rin's Route when I was like 15. Like, I was young back then. And that was before my big mental breakdown of 2014. When I was still masking pretty heavily. So I guess I just didn't want to connect it to my own. So I guess I just didn't want to connect Rin's thing to my thing, because it's like, I'm trying to avoid that. But yeah, now seeing it's like, oh yeah, no, she's hella autistic. Yeah, that girl is hella autistic. I do wonder how many people got annoyed at Rin for that, because something I've noticed in fandom recently, or at least like, and by recently I mean like the last few years, like I feel like there has been, like, I don't want to say an uptick, but like I feel like there's a lot of characters that seem to fit a certain I don't want to say stereotype, but like that seem to fit like the what's the word, like there's a lot of characters that are turning out to be more stoic and blunt. Like, I guess a good way to put it is that like there's a lot of characters that are coming out with like these similar personalities of being like stoic, blunt assholes and such, and people don't like that. And initially I'm like, okay, well, how much of an asshole are they really? And I look into it and it's like, oh, they're autistic. I think it's because I mean, I can't really relate on the whole emotionless front, at least not as of now, considering, I've talked before about how I think after the older, basically the older I've gotten, the more and the less I mask my autism, the more I'm attuned to my emotions I've become. Like, I'm allowing myself to feel my emotions more than just like putting them away, But in terms of the bluntness, like, I've definitely been on that, what's the word? I've been on the receiving end, right? Of people, because obviously, like, I'm very blunt, I'm very honest, and that's always been a thing with me. I've never been someone to kind of like soften a blow unless it was really bad news I was telling them. But for the most part, like, I basically say it how it is. And I understand that for some people, my family especially, like, they do appreciate that, and they are able to find humor in it. But then there are some other people where they hate that. Like, they hate that. And they actually have gotten pretty annoyed with me, or even upset with me because of that. And the thing is that, like, most of the time, I don't recognize, or I don't realize how rude what my words are to them until they say something. Now, granted, I've gotten a lot better at picking and choosing, like, what to say in a way, like, in a way that still conveys what I mean, but it's not said in a way that is meant to harm somebody. But I remember back when I was younger, like, I used to do that, and it, like, God, because my mother would always be the victim, quote unquote, of that, and she would get so mad at me. Like, she would get so mad at me. And, you know, and there have been a couple times. And there have been a couple times where she would straight out call me a bitch. Whenever I did that. So I kind of, you know, so I can understand, like, being, like, so I can understand being on the receiving end. But it's like, it is just interesting to, like, see how people react to those characters. Because I kind of feel like you can, like, take those, what's the word? I kind of feel like you can take those people's reactions and kind of apply them of, like, so if I were to act like that around you, would you call me a bitch? Does that make sense? It's like, you know, so I wonder how many people did not like Rin because of her autistic traits. Like, it's fine to not, like, I should express, like, I'm not saying you should, you're not allowed to dislike those traits. Like, no, like, I can understand, again, like, there are some traits and characters that I fucking despise while others love. Like, it, you know, I just think it's like, I think it would be more of a problem if, you know, I think it's more a problem if, like, if you refuse to acknowledge those traits as potentially, like, oh, this character's neurodivergent versus, you know, because I actually have seen, because a lot of the times I have seen fans of those characters, like, try to defend them and be like, no, the character's just, like, you know, like, the character is just autistic, like, headcanon speaking, obviously, but, you know, and you know, like, again, like, and it's an earnest attempt, but then you will have detractors say, like, well, that's not how autism operates, and then it devolves into, like, potentially ableist stereotypes of autistic people, which, oh, that's bad. Airi, have you ever watched Gash Bell? Yes, actually. I mean, in America, it was known as Zatch Bell, but I did watch it. I actually, because, I watched it twice, actually. The first time was when I was a kid, when it would, air on Toonami and such, and then the second time, I actually watched it online. I never finished the series, unfortunately, but I got pretty close. Like, I think I was in the final story arc of the anime, but something I noted, but I do remember that, I think it's like halfway through the anime's runtime that, because, I watched my second run through of that series was in Japanese. Like, it was all subbed for me. And it's very interesting that that halfway through the entire anime, that's when the dub stops, because there is an English dub. And that was my experience the first time watching it. So, like, but yeah, I have watched it, and again, I got pretty close to the end. Like, I think I dropped it because it's like, because I did the thing I normally do, where it's like, I don't want this to end, and I just drop it for years and years, because I just don't want anything to end, because I am a procrastinator, I have ADHD. What are you doing? You better not start this shit again where you're running in and out of my room, because otherwise I'm gonna close the door. But, I do know that, that series got a sequel. I don't think, the sequel definitely has not gotten an anime adaptation, but I know it definitely got a sequel manga, and I'm like, how do you marry a sequel to that? Because I think I have an idea of how it ended. So I'm like, why would you do it again? Why would you want to go through all this trouble again? I remember the emotional trauma. Like, too many kids are dying. You're a big Pokemon fan, right? Do you also watch the anime? Oh my god, it's been so many years since I watched the anime. Like, because I will say this. I have watched the anime before. I'm trying to remember, actually, like, because I watched the Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn seasons, along with the Battle Frontier season. But then I took a break. I watched a little bit of Sinnoh, but then after that, it's completely like, I have not watched the anime past that point. I have not watched the anime past that point. And I think that's mainly, I mean, that's just because it's like, there's so many episodes of the anime out at this point that it's just like, I don't know where the fuck to start. You know, like, there's that. There's also the fact that, like, I feel like my attention is just more focused on the games at this point, and it's so hard for me to divide it elsewhere. Not to mention, like, Pokemon is just coming out with, like, all these short series. I mean, you had, because obviously there was the Pokemon Twilight Wings, which was to promote Sword and Shield. Then there was the Scarvio stuff. Pokemon Concierge, which is on Netflix. I do want to watch that. I'm a bad procrastinator. I know they were doing something. I know they did something in regards to Hisui. I forget what that's called. And I know there was Journeys. And I know they're currently doing the new series with Liko or Rico, whatever her name was. Like, you know, the girl with the, it's not a Rowlet, it's a Sprigatito, that's it. But I haven't watched, it's been so many years since I last watched the anime. But I mean, I will say, I think one of the best things about, like, cause again, like, I remember as a kid watching the first season of it, and it's so interesting, and it's so amazing to look back at the old episodes to the new episodes and just seeing, like, how much the animation has just improved. Like, oh man, I remember there was a comparison set of Charmander, like, using Flamethrower on Team Rocket between the first season to whatever season the Kalos arc was, and it is just night and day. Do you think the Pokemon universe in the hands of true fans would make good stories? Oh, that's a tough question. That is a tough fucking question, because, like, because the thing is, like, there's so many fans. Like, Pokemon is such a big franchise, you know, and all sorts of people from all sorts of life have become fans of it at various stages in their lives. You know, like, there's, again, like, I mean, this year of 2026 marks, like, 30 years. Like, that's a full-grown adult. And I think it's more, I think the question is, I don't think the question is, like, if in the hands of true fans, could they make good stories in the Pokemon universe? It's more so, like, what kind of stories would be considered good in the Pokemon universe? Because I know there are some freaky-ass people who would make certain stories, and I'm like, I want nothing to do with that, because, that's weird. That's fucking weird, considering, Pokemon is still made for kids at the end of the day. But on the other hand, I do think there's a whole lot of potential when it comes to Pokemon. Like, I've been clamoring for something where it's a more mature series. Like, and by mature, I'm not talking about, like, you know, the typical adult cartoons, that's what I meant. Adult cartoons that you see on Adult Swim. No, I want it would be nice to get a more mature Pokemon game, anime, whatnot, where, you know, you kind of do have to deal with the more adult issues. You know? I mean, whatever those adult issues are. I mean, because I know that Pokemon has tackled death before. I mean, ever since the first games, I feel like it's tackled death. You know, but a lot, you know, but I kind of, you know, but it would be nice if maybe, like, we got more, I don't want to say real-world issues, but, you know, I mean, I kind of feel like Legend ZA kind of did that. I mean, because I remember when footage of Legend ZA came out, everybody was remarking on the benches, because the benches have these little bars inside of the seating areas where it's like they're the anti-homeless benches. You know, where you're not allowed to lay down on the bench. No, you have to sit. And it's really, you know, and it's really interesting considering, like, you know, Emma, who is the main detective for Legend ZA, used to be homeless. And I've seen fan art of her, like, looking back. Like, and I've seen fan art of her where it's like, you know, it's her as a 13-year-old laying down and sleeping on the bench, and then you see her 18-year-old self looking back with at the anti-homeless bench. Like, it would be nice if we got more of that. That's what I mean. Like, the more like issues where it's like it tackles more real world stuff, like homeless people. I was gonna say crime, and I was like, well, what crime would you want to show in a Pokemon game? Because you know they ain't gonna be showing assault or anything. You know, but I guess, like, societal issues. Team Rocket's design, the simplicity, the older design. Oh my gosh. You know what's funny is I was thinking, it's like, it would be nice if it handled abuse, and it's like, well, wait a minute, they technically already did that with Lily, Gladian, and Guzma. Actually, that reminds me, because, I was watching a VOD of several people talking, and the topic of Pokemon was brought up, and eventually the topic then, you know, like, went to Lusamine, who is the main villain of Pokemon Sun and Moon. Not Ultra Sun and Moon, no, Sun and Moon. Who is Lillian and Gladian's mother. And they were talking about how different her characterization was between Sun and Moon in the anime. And it sent me down this, not rabbit hole, but, like, this whole this line of thinking of, like, man, I really hate what they did with Lusamine in the anime, and of course in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, because if you know anything about what Lusamine was like in Sun and Moon, she was a bitch. Like, she was a bitch, and I love that. Everybody loved that. You know, like, she was an abusive mother towards her children. You know, who only cared about preserving beauty, and that was it. You know, I mean, obviously you find out that, like, oh, she was being influenced by Nihilego's neurotoxins. That's why she was such a bitch to her kids. But regardless, like, I've talked before about how, like, if we wanted to, we could read into Lusamine's, like, dependence on the neurotoxins produced by Nihilego as, like, substance abuse. Which, I mean, and considering the fact that, like, Lusamine only really, you know, got onto the Ultra Beasts in the first place was because she lost her husband and the father of her kids. Like, it very much mirrors a widower, you know, mourning and grieving over the loss of her husband, turning to, like, you know, drugs or alcohol to cope with the loss, and her dependence on them slowly, and her dependence and abuse of them slowly turning her from a loving, caring mother to an emotionally abusive and terrible parent. You know, and I really, and you know, and as someone who has had a mother like that, who abused alcohol to cope with the trauma in her life and unfortunately took it out on me, I really related to that as Lily. And so to find out that, like, the anime very much just threw all that shit into the trash, and instead, like, the worst thing you can say about anime Lucimi was that she was a neglectful mother. It's like, no! You took everything that was interesting and compelling about her and threw it away! And I understand that, like, that is more in line with her Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon characterization. But my thing is, why did we need to change it in the first place? We didn't need to do that. Everybody liked Lucamine the way she was, even if they just gooned over her. Which, to be fair, I get. She is an attractive MILF, you know. But regardless, like, why? And it sent me down this, like, line of thinking of, like, God, why would they do that unless they were just like, no, we can't have a woman be evil, we can't do that, it would go, you know, it just reminds me of, like, and it's one of the things I effing hated about RWBY. Like, it just reminds me of, what they did in the later seasons of RWBY, where it's like, every female villain that came onto screen, I could never get invested in, because her villainy would always end up being either the result of a man manipulating her or coercing her to do anything out of the ordinary, or it's because she had a traumatic backstory that led her into being who she was. And it's like, no! Why can't a female villain just be a bitch because she wants to be a bitch? Let her be a bitch! Like, for fuck's sake! I hated that. But I don't want to go too deep into that, because I swear I will rant and rave about RWBY's downfall for like an hour, and we're already coming up on an hour since we took a break. Pokemon Concierge, do you like when Pokemon goes more slice of life? Admittedly, there is a part of me that would be interested to see, because here's the thing, I never watched Pokemon Concierge. I want to, though. But it would be interesting to see, like, how Pokemon are integrated into society, like, as normal life, you know? But if my track record with slice of life has been any indication, I really don't like the slice of life genre. Like, I get so bored whenever I'm watching a slice of life anime. Like, I get so bored. Like, it's like, no, I need something there. I need something, like, fantastical or whatever to get invested in this, because I'm so bored. Like, I remember, I watched Hyoka, and y'all, oh my god, I got so fucking bored of that anime. Like, I made it halfway through, but, oh my, like, the last episode I was on, I think it was like 15 or something, I don't know, it was during the school festival. Like, you know it's bad when I'm watching the episode, and I'm constantly, like, hovering hovering over the timer to see how much time I've got left, and I'm doing that like every minute. Like, I was so bored of Hyoka, and I'm like, okay, this is not good. This is not good. Like, I should not, like, I know this is an anime that a lot of people like, but God, I am so fucking bored. Nothing is happening. So I just stopped after that, and I never looked back. I'm trying to think. I feel like there was another anime where it was also slice of life, and I got bored of it quick. Excuse me. God, I can't think of any. I just know that Hyoka was one, God, I don't ever want to be in that situation again. But, I don't know. I think I would probably like it if Pokemon went more slice of life. If only because, like, it's Pokemon. I'm autistic as fuck. Like, this has been a thing in my life since I was a child, for as long as I can remember. So I think I would like it if it went more slice of life. Actually, it reminds me of Pokemon Channel, the one GameCube game, where, you basically played with a Pikachu, and you watched TV with it all day. I would want more games like that. Like, that would be fun. My question is like, what would you have as Pokemon Channel-esque? I mean, no one's watching TV nowadays. Not unless Netflix and chill with Pikachu. Man, what's the G-rated version of Netflix and chill? Because obviously you don't want to be doing that with an animal. I mean, I know there's Pokemon Sleep. I don't have that game because it's like I'm not leaving my phone on all day and night just to have it measure my sleep, which I don't get restful hours enough of. I don't even have Pokemon Go because I barely leave the house. I was thinking about getting the trading card game on the mobile trading card game because my brother has it, and he showed me all the cards he's collected, and I'm like, damn, I'm so jealous. But it's also like, I barely have any apps on my phone to begin with. It's probably like a gacha, and I don't play gacha because I know how bad my luck is. But anyway, I think we spent enough time on this, because it's been a fucking hour. So I think I'm gonna retweet the stream, and then we're gonna get back into it. I also noted that, oh yeah, the Super Bowl's going on tonight. I told y'all, like, we're always doing these streams whenever an important event is happening. Let's see, what do I want the caption of this to be? Actually, no, damn it. I'm gonna go for the meme. Green is not a creative color. I was gonna say it's like, you know, what does the creation of art mean? And then it's like, no, I need it to be memeful. So I'm gonna name it this after the "Don't hug me, I'm scared." Alright, we're gonna say goodbye. Squirtle in Pokemon Channel looks like a hipster? Wait, what? Alright, I'm gonna need to look at that on my own time, because again, I've spent so much time as it is doing all this, so I'll see. So we're gonna say goodbye to Firefox for now. There we go. Okay. Excuse me. I actually thought the game froze for a moment. Wow. How the hell did I get that correct? There we go. Okay. Oh, I wanted to look at this real quick. That's probably from Emmy, so... Oh yeah, this is the first scene of her final act. Okay. So I was like, where did we get that? Oh yeah, also. There she is. So Lily's is right here. Pikachu. Pikachu. Alright. Hisao's smile. Alright. After that morning class, and throughout the week, I keep bumping into Rin. Hello. This is somewhat natural, as our classrooms are adjacent, but rather than just cross paths in the hallway like people regularly do, we seem to pause at the side of each other. Pikachu. Pikachu. We invariably end up talking a little bit, or just silently hanging out together. I think I'm getting used to being quiet in Rin's company, as it doesn't feel as awkward. Anymore. I am, by nature, somewhat introverted like her, so we fit together well. I think it's actually an anomaly for someone in this school to be so quiet. Most people here seem to love socializing. See, this is what I mean, autistic character. It's something that I've noticed already, even though I haven't been here very long. People here talk a lot, and they talk all the time. God, don't I know it. It's a rare case when I see someone sitting alone, just spacing out or whatever. Otherwise, there are people like that here too. That Hanako girl and myself, just to name two from my own class. But overall, they're a minority. At any rate, I wouldn't exactly call what Rin and I do socializing either. But it's something at least. These occurrences themselves don't bother me, but the fact that they happen at all does. I'd hesitate to say that we're drawn together by something, but we certainly act as if we were. However, this sense of a budding friendship is completely wrecked every time Rin opens her mouth. Can I listen to your heartbeat? She says this, or something else about is outrageous, and I have to fend off whatever nonsense her mind has cooked up during the preceding class of a subject that she is not interested in. It seems Rin has taken a shine to my heart condition as some kind of an extension of her interest in the odder disabilities that people here have, and the consequences of said afflictions. As I stand in front of her for a second too long, looking as flummoxed as I am, she concludes it is necessary to further clarify her request. I know I can, but I mean, will you let me? Why? Do I need a reason? I'm usually pretty bad with reasons. Not per se, but if you want to do it, you probably do have a reason. That's kinda clever. You're smarter than you look. Also, I'd rather you not. I think these things should be private. Private. I get it. I could tell you something, though, if it amuses you. I'm pretty sure it will. My heartbeat does sound very weird. Because of the... condition. And I hear it. All the time. So you're paranoid. It's not a question, it's a statement. No, I'm not paranoid. The doctor said that abnormal attention to heartbeat is a common symptom of my... condition. So, for you, it's normal to be paranoid. It's not a question either. One could also say that me being like this in the first place isn't normal either, but what the heck. Paranoia fits me fine. I don't think it's something that actually can fit anyone or anywhere. I ate an orange today for breakfast. How was it? I'm vaguely proud of myself, or managing to keep up with Rin's sudden change of topic. Excellent. I don't remember when I last ate an orange, because it's annoying to peel one. It's on the list of things I want to learn properly. How come you ate one, then? Emmy had some, so she peeled one for me. Good for you. Rin stretches her back and yawns, and says nothing further. She throws me a glance from the corner of her eye while she watches people pass by, but I couldn't say why. I realize, though, that this is the first time I've talked naturally about my condition with anyone. In a way. A group of boys walk past us to Rin's classroom, but she doesn't pay them any mind. They pay none to her either. My mind wanders off, spurred by the silence. Maybe I should have listened. Maybe I should have let her listen to my heart. It's not like it matters. Nothing really matters that much at the end of the day. I start feeling depressed for no reason, again. It's like a tidal wave out of nowhere rolling over my consciousness, submerging me underwater. I feel a sigh coming out of my mouth, and I turn away from Rin, pretending to read a poster on the wall. It's an advertisement for the school festival, promoting an event like almost a week past. The difference between me and Rin is that I'll be more likely than not dead before turning 30, while she can't eat oranges without help. I can't decide which one of us is worse off. That was morbid. I try to grasp the passing of time, but it seems hard. I'm still used to the rhythm of the hospital, where trivialities such as the day of the week or time of day didn't really matter. Everything was the same, no matter what. Rediscovering the significance of time is an oddly disorienting experience, and I find myself enjoying the fact that I can categorize events in this fashion. The relevancy of a ticking clock is surprisingly delightful, and I decide to start wearing an analog wristwatch, something I didn't used to do before. When I finally ask Rin on Thursday about something that's been bothering me for the entire week, it's already lunchtime. The time is somewhere between 11:06 and 11:07, as my watch doesn't have a hand to show seconds. It's the old-fashioned kind with a black leather strap and titanium casing. It doesn't look flashy, but a wristwatch doesn't need to. Hey. Remember that sketch you made of me? How you said I looked grim and gloomy or something? I'd like to know what you meant by that. She gives me a weird look and tilts her head a few degrees to the left, but doesn't say anything for a while. Well, you see, we've known each other for 2 weeks and I haven't seen you smile even once. Her striking observation gives me pause. Have I stopped smiling? I have to take what she says as truth. She has no reason to lie. Something about the way she puts it annoys me. I frown at Rin, then try to correct my expression to look less depressed. I haven't been in the cheeriest of moods during the past few months or so, this is true. Does it show so much that someone like Rin can tell after so little contact with me? Should I try to smile more at Rin? Maybe she could appreciate it, having such a neutral face herself almost all the time. Have I really stopped smiling? I see. Should I smile more? I don't mind either way. Be as you are. You can't help being Hisao anyway. But it bothers you. I just noticed it, that's all. Oh, depression. Emmy skips along the hallway, jumps to a sharp stop when she reaches us, and lightly pats Rin's shoulder.
Ready for lunch?
Depends on what lunch is today. Remember that stew from March? Never again, that.
Let's go anyway. I'm starving.
As they are about to depart, Emmy turns from her friend to me, seemingly as an afterthought, and smiles charmingly.
By the way, Hisao.
Her tone is way too sweet and soft to be sincere. I can sense the trap about to be sprung upon me by this miniature health devil. I know what she's about to say even before she continues, because I've been trying to avoid her all week.
I still haven't seen you at the track this entire week.
Maybe I've been there when you haven't.
That's impossible. I'm there all the time.
But you sleep and go to class.
I do this at the same time as you do.
Yeah, I know. I just haven't been able to pick myself up. Don't rat me out to the nurse, okay? Running just isn't my thing, and I haven't come up with a good alternative.
Why don't you come to the track meet this weekend? Maybe you'll get inspired.
Track meet?
Yeah, people from a few other schools come here for some friendly track and field action. It's on Sunday afternoon.
I can't think of any reason not to go. Sure, I'll come and cheer for you. I guess you'll be running?
Of course! You'll get to see me beat them all! But bye now! If I don't get something to eat, I'll die.
See you later. Bye, Rin. I promise I'll smile next time. I call after her, as a bit of an afterthought. Afterward, I feel embarrassed about it, and wonder why I said anything at all. That night, when I'm doubly certain that Kenji won't be barging in the bathroom, I look in the mirror and smile at my reflection. The me in the mirror smiling at the me in the bathroom looks awfully fake. Ooh. Well, you are kind of depressed, Hisao. I mean, to be fair, and it makes sense why he would be depressed. It's like, again, like, this is a... he went through a very traumatic experience, and... that's the thing, like, he went through a very traumatic experience, and he had to stay in the hospital. Like, again, like, this is him trying to transition and adjust to a life where it's now you're having to grapple with the fact that you're disabled. And, you know, your whole life has now, and you basically have to change your whole life, your whole lifestyle, everything, to accommodate for this disability. So it makes sense why he's depressed, you know? But still, it's like, man, he doesn't... But yeah, it's like... It is interesting that, like, again, like, he got told off. Not told off, but, like, Rin basically told it to him straight. Like, I have never seen you smile. Like, at all. But yet she tells him in her own way, like, it's fine. You know, it's fine, like, you can't help it, you know, and basically, like, you know, just smile when you want to, right? Things you like. Alright. Having exhausted the books Kenji lent me in just a few nights, I go back to the library, deeming it a safer alternative for getting my reading fix. I return the books he had stolen while I'm at it, to Yuko's delight. I don't tell her where I got them, though.
Wow, you sure read a lot, don't you?
Yeah, I guess I do. I mean, I do. Even I think it's weird. I think I might have a reading problem. Maybe I'm a junkie.
No, I didn't mean it that way. It's not weird at all, and being addicted to reading is a lot better than being addicted to something else.
Yeah, I know. It was a joke. I smile at her reassuringly and drop the books on the counter so Yuko can check them out. I feel tired, so I sit down in the vacant chair in front of her desk. While Yuko goes through the modest pile of reading material I found, I let my gaze wander around the library. At the tables, a pair of girls is chattering in hushed tones rather than working on their homework. The short-haired one notices me looking in their direction and waves at me. When I raise my hand back, they glance at each other and giggle in unison. I'm not sure how I should feel about that, so I decide it's a good thing. The one who waved at me has a horrible case of epilepsy. I saw her having an attack a few days ago. It was one of the most disturbing and scary things I've seen in a very long time. Yeah, that would be scary. I actually have a memory of, when I was in high school once, a classmate of mine started having a seizure, and that freaked me the fuck out. You know, because it's one thing because, you know, I've seen what Caesars. I've seen what seizures look like on TV before, but it's different from seeing one in real life. It was it was terrifying. You know, I mean, and to be fair, like, it does look terrifying. You know, because again, like, you're seeing someone, like, convulsing on the ground. You know, their eyes rolling in the back of their head. Like, that's terrifying. So I understand, like, why Hisao says this, even though I think he could have reworded it a little better. Yet there she is, happily chirping away about whatever, as if she doesn't have a care in the world. You know, this school is really something else. Yuko raises her eyes from the book she was going through, slightly startled. She adjusts her glasses and puts on a nervous, confused smile. What do you mean? I don't really know how to explain it. It's just that everyone's so active, or how should I put it? It's not just the festival thing, I think, even though I haven't been here that long, but it's everything. People talk more, work harder, and just are. More than in any other school I've seen before. I'm struggling for words, but it feels like I'm speaking honestly. This school feels so alive. Let's see what the guide says. It's refreshing. Sure, there were some people like this in my old school too, but not as many. And it feels more intense somehow. I think if I had to pin it down to one thing, that the students here really appreciate going to school. I don't think that's a bad thing. Yeah, me neither. Suddenly, I realized that I've just been babbling my thoughts to Yuko out of the blue. She's a bit of a jumpy person, so I fear I might have made a bad impression. She's looking at me with what I hope is curiosity rather than horror, so I figure she's alright. Sorry for suddenly talking about weird stuff like this. I didn't mean to trouble you.
Oh,
no, it's not troubling. I'm happy to listen if you feel like talking. It makes me feel a little reliable, too. Yuko smiles sweetly and a little bit ironically at that. I respond with a thankful smile of my own. As she pushes the neat stack of books across the counter, I stand up and gather them in my arms. Here you are. Thank you. I guess we'll be meeting each other again. Please come here anytime. Yuko's kindness is heartwarming. You can count on it. See you later. That was a scene, okay. I feel like, okay. Okay. Need to take some water. Man, I gotta refill my water bottle after this. The morning of the track meet greets me with a brilliant sunshine from a crystal blue sky. While I leisurely stroll towards the track, I decide this is a good sign. Of what, I'm not sure. This event isn't as exciting for me as it seems to be for a large portion of the student body. I'm even less interested in watching sports than I am in participating, but cheering for Emmy is a good cause. I'm not expecting this to be any sort of amazing and spectacular experience, but it can't hurt. I'd probably be spending the time reading while cooped up in my room otherwise. When I approach the bleachers, I spot Rin emerging from the crowd right before she spots me. You came. Of course. I said I would, didn't I? That doesn't necessarily imply that you had to follow through. Lots of people say things and don't mean them. Well, I don't. Rin shrugs. Seemingly bored with our conversation, she turns on her heel and heads back toward the stands. So, are you excited about this? Not really. Me neither. Then why did you come? Why did you? She doesn't reply at all, so I decide not to either. We enter the bleachers and Rin nods upwards. Up there. Rin leads the way, and soon we've settled down on an almost empty bench. Oh, here's another MILF. I say another MILF as if there was as if she's not the only one. There's an older woman sitting next to Rin. Someone's mother, I assume. She's got rather long hair done up in a braid. On seeing Rin, she gives her an oddly familiar-seeming grin. Well, this is surprising. I thought you went to get a snack, not a boy. Huh? This is no good? The woman laughs at Rin and shakes her head, apparently unable to find a comeback for that. I know the feeling. Well, I suppose you've always been one to go out for one thing and bring back another. But I'm being rude. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Meiko Ibarazaki. I'm sure that if you know this girl, you've at least met my daughter, too. Pleased to meet you. Well, that explains it. She's like a taller, older, more motherly Emmy. Apart from her hair being somewhat darker than her daughter's, there's really no mistaking the resemblance. Sorry, I'm Hisao. Hisao Nakai. Nice to meet you. I'm Rin Tezuka. Mrs. Ibarazaki laughs again. She really does resemble her offspring, and then leans back a little on her seat and raises an eyebrow. So, now that we all know each other, how long have you and Rin been dating? My response consists of silence as my brain suddenly lurches into gear. But just before I can begin to utter a hastily babbled explanation, Emmy's mother bursts into laughter again. You're a blusher, aren't you? I don't know if there's any way to keep my dignity in this situation, so I settle for a mumbled response. We're not... I know, but it's funny to watch you squirm. I'm sorry. Forgive an old woman her amusements. She chuckles again to herself. Old woman? She sure doesn't look that old to me. I suppose I can let it go. How kind of you. It's starting. Oh man, we're getting this. So it's interesting we're getting this scene. We're getting this scene from Rin's perspective. I direct my attention to the track, where they're preparing for the first sprint. It looks like the 400-meter dash. My eyes scan the runners before finding Emmy. She's smiling, with an almost cocky look on her face. The starter raises his pistol. Emmy explodes off the block, disappearing from the starting line in a blur. It's amazing. Even as the other sprinters converge on the lanes closest to the inside line, Emmy surges to the front of the pack. By the time she rounds the final turn, a few of the other runners have caught up with her. But she puts on a final burst of speed that leaves them at least a half second behind. Mrs. Ibarazaki whoops and shouts, applauding wildly, and generally looking like any other parent cheering on their child. Emmy bounds off the track, looking pleased with herself. Interesting how that scene does not take as long as it did in the Emmy route. I cheer right along with the rest of them. The announcer, sounding suspiciously like Misha, gleefully gives the results. I think she's gotten faster since the last time. That was incredible. Mrs. Ibarazaki grins proudly. Emmy's a heck of a runner. We fall silent as the next event prepares to start. I'm surprised to see Emmy striding out onto the track again. Wait, didn't she just run? Emmy's mother nods. Yes, but she runs multiple events for the team, especially the sprints. It's a lot of running, but Emmy can handle it. From the looks of things, she's right. Emmy doesn't appear to be tired, as if she hadn't run the previous event at all. If not for the sweat visible on her shirt, you'd never know. Which event is this? It's the 200-meter dash. She'll do this one, the 100-meter, and the relay. I see. Once again, the pistol sounds, and once again, Emmy flies off the block. A thumping sound draws my attention away from the race. It's Rin's foot. She seems completely absorbed in the race. Emmy's mother cheers again, and I assume that the race is over. Sprints don't seem to me like they take very long to complete. Your foot. Your foot was bouncing on the bleachers. Oh. You seem pretty into this stuff. I'm surprised. I thought you said this wouldn't be exciting. I suppose you're right. It's not that interesting. But I'm watching Emmy, not the sport. I don't follow. Emmy's the most Emmy when she runs. You don't get to see Emmy at her Emmyest very often. But here, you can. See? She directs my attention toward the track again, where the 100-meter dash is about to start. I watch Emmy closely. As she gets onto the starter blocks, her whole body seems to relax, but it's a false relaxation. I can see that she's actually like a coiled spring. As the starter tells everyone to get set, her head snaps up and her eyes narrow slightly. Her mouth curls upward in what could be a grin and could be a growl. When the pistol goes off, it's as if she's been unleashed from a cage, Like she was always moving at this blinding speed, but we couldn't see it happening until the starter's pistol dispelled the illusion of motionlessness. As soon as she crossed the finish line, the fierce look was replaced by her normal grin. The conquering general returning to his farm. Amazing. She's really amazing. I've never seen someone move that fast. Well, don't look at me. I'm far too relaxed to run that fast. No, I think Emi's prowess all came from her father's side. At the mention of Emi's father, Mrs. Ibarazaki looks wistful, almost sad. He got her into running, you know. Ah, really? I didn't know that. I leave it at that, and don't say anything for a little while. I get the feeling this is something personal I shouldn't ask about. A beeping noise suddenly emanates from Mrs. Ibarazaki's pocket. Reaching into it, she pulls out a cell phone and looks at it. Honestly, text messages? What is he, 16? Oh, nothing. I've got to go meet up with a friend of mine. Will you tell Emi I'm very proud of her and that I'll call her later tonight? Of course. While waiting for the relay to start, I peer at Rin. She seems uninterested in her surroundings, myself included. That remark she made before is still stuck in my head. Emi's the most Emi when she runs. It does make sense now that I think about it. After seeing her run now, I can believe that Emi gives her all on the track. Sports are more than a hobby or even a competition to her. They're a defining aspect of her life. What about Rin then? Does she feel this... Excuse me. What about Rin then? Does she feel the same way about art? Considering the persistence she displayed before the festival, I could easily believe it. Did I see Rin at her most Rin when she was painting the mural? The relay is about to begin, but I don't see Emi anywhere. I thought Emi ran the relay. She runs anchor. Anchor. God, my throat is starting to... I'm starting to get voice cracks. She runs anchor. So she won't be running for a while yet. Ah. Did you see it? Huh? Emi at her Emiest. Maybe. Maybe this time. The race begins, and I cheer Emi's teammates along as they pass the baton. Finally, I see Emi sprinting onto the track to take the final handoff. Once again, I'm taken aback by how graceful she looks when she runs. It really is beautiful. The look of determination and fearlessness on her face only adds to the picture. Emi at her Emiest, I suppose. Emi flies across the finishing line with a great leap, just barely ahead of the next runners, but still in first. Well, let's go down. Gotta crown the victor. See if you can find a laurel branch. That's not going to be easy. Rin shrugs. At least we tried. Emi is surrounded by her teammates, all of them congratulating her on the run. Rin seems to be waiting for Emi to notice that she's arrived. It doesn't seem her style to draw attention to herself, or to emote beyond shrugging. Being more impatient than Rin, I wave to Emi in her stead. She looks up and grins happily at us.
Hey, you shut up!
We would have brought you a crown of laurels, but Hasao didn't find one. Neither did you. It wasn't my job to look. When did we assign jobs? When I said see if you can find a laurel branch. Try to keep up. I shrug. Guess Rin's rubbing off on me. Seems it's my fault after all, Emmy. Emmy laughs at Rin and me.
It's okay. I'm sure you'll make it up to me somehow.
Sure.
Good. So, how'd I look?
Very impressive. Emmy seems pleased with this assessment. I don't mention how much more impressive her performance is given her lack of legs. I figure she knows that already. Not to mention, it would also be rude. Besides, it seems like it would take away from her efforts somehow.
Great to hear. I was worried that I looked a little slow in the relay, but I guess I did fine, huh?
Emmy giggles, and then seems to remember something.
Oh, before I forget, Rin and I are going to do something next Sunday as a post-track meet celebration. You should come along. Normally we do it the day after, but since today is Sunday, I've got homework and class and all that stuff to take care of.
Oh, sure. I'd love to.
Great! It's a promise then.
Oh, right. Your mom wanted to say she's proud of you. She'll call you later tonight.
I thought I saw her in the stands. I'm glad she made it.
Hey, Emmy, you're going to miss the medal ceremony.
Oh yeah, thanks.
She turns to Rin and myself.
You don't have to stick around for this part. It takes forever. Besides, you should get cracking on your homework now if you don't want to be up late, Hasao.
Man, remember when in Emmy's route, like, Hasao got jealous of the captain? I think it was the captain. Because he was like, you know, who is he flirting with her for? And then he finds out later on that he's gay. And it's like, oh! Okay, good. That's good. Great. Fantastic. Emmy skips back to her teammates, leaving me and Rin by ourselves. Neither of us has the slightest interest in the post-competition ceremonies, so we silently get away and back to the quad. Rin yawns without even trying to restrain herself and shuffles her feet around restlessly. I feel awkward, but less so than if I was with someone else. Still, I'm left hanging, not knowing what I should say next. Emmy was great, wasn't she? She was great. I'm very jealous of her. Why? Like I said, don't you think it's great to be able to really be yourself? It sounds weird coming from Rin. I don't think you, of all people, should have trouble finding a way to express yourself. Don't you have your paintings? She turns to look at me. For the first time, I see in her eyes this strange, hollow expression that I think must be unique to her. No. No, you see, the problem is that I'm not really sure who I am. Oh. That's bad. I'm not sure if I know who I am. Identity issues much? What is this? Eternity in an hour. Today's art club meeting is currently on hold while everyone waits for Nomiya to show up. I take this time to try and explain my theory about Yamaku to Rin. I've tried to figure out what exactly about this school feels so special to me. That concept I unsuccessfully tried to explain to Yuko the other day. It's still difficult, but the track meet and the time I've spent observing my fellow students have helped my ideas mature a little. Have you noticed that people talk all the time? I can't really explain it, but... Once again, as I try to explain my observation, I'm struggling for words. The student body is heavily clicked, and I'm only now beginning to make sense of the intricate grouping and popularity networks. And yet, the feeling of being a part of And yet, the feeling of being a part of a group is stronger here than I remember it being in my old schools. I'm trying to say that this school isn't like other schools. Or at least the students aren't, even after discounting the obvious. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what you mean. Oh, well, whatever then. I want to pursue the issue, but at that point, Nomiya arrives. The teacher is wiping sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and breathing rather heavily. He quickly glances over the room, then settles down a bit. Hello, apologies for being late. Is everyone present? Good. I must confess, I haven't really planned anything for today as I've been extremely busy lately. But I'm sure we could come up with something entertaining. Anyone have any suggestions? I was thinking we could have a discussion circle since we haven't had one in a while. I at least found the last one magnificently enjoyable. There are some murmurs here and there, but nobody raises their voice in support of or against Nomiya. We could delve into various movements of art. Or does someone have a good topic in mind? Come on, throw it out there. It doesn't matter if it's silly or odd. We can always cook up something interesting. You could say we're gonna cook in the kitchen. Nobody seems to be brave enough to make such a suggestion. As the awkward silence refuses to be broken, I lift my hand in the air. Oh-ho! Our newest friend seems to have something on his mind. Speak up, my boy, speak up! Well, I don't know about anyone else, but I've always wondered why art exists in the first place. My voice trails off. A silence sets in the room, and nobody makes a follow-up on my meek suggestion. Did the music cut? It did! Then, the teacher bursts in laughter. Oh, excellent! Very good indeed. Right out of the gate with the big one, huh? Fabulous! Chuckling, he shifts some papers around on his desk for a few moments. When he's done, he appears to have made some sort of decision. Very well then. Let us run with this and see where it gets us, shall we? Oh my, even an old fogey like me gets excited when such delicious enthusiasm is present. Oh my, indeed. Let me gather my thoughts a moment so I can figure out a good starting point for everyone. For some reason, the teacher seems to be almost literally bursting with excitement. He scribbles a few things down on a loose sheet of paper, then cleans his glasses with a handkerchief. He strikes a pose, then freezes for an overtly dramatic, artistic pause that spans what must be half a minute. It's so quiet I could hear a pin drop. First, let's come up with a few questions that we want answered, such as, what is art, and why does art exist? Anyone have any questions that might be related? The boy with sunglasses pipes up almost immediately. His voice is soft and quiet, and I have a hard time making out what he says. What defines an artist? After him, another question pops up. If I fill a cardboard box with water and call it art, is it art? Everyone laughs at that, even the teacher. Great! Wonderful, all of these! Let me start by saying that this is not a clear-cut issue by any means, and as such, I'm not going to give any answers to you. I'm only going to speak from my own perspective. Scholars have argued about these sorts of questions since time immemorial, and there's never really been a broadly applicable consensus reached. There are, however, some qualities that most tend to generally agree upon. Hopefully you all should find these acceptable as well. In short, art defines itself. It simply cannot be contained to a definition from the outside, since the boundaries of art expand and contract from forces within. Excuse me. Oh my god, my neck is actually starting to hurt. Oh, my back is starting to ache. Every day, someone somewhere comes up with something completely outrageous that challenges any and all preconceptions. The core reason for this is that rather than the rational side of the mind, art appeals to the intuition, the instinct, the primal. You would find it very hard to explain why exactly it is that you enjoy some particular style or piece, no? He doesn't wait for a response before continuing. This is exactly why. So, art is this sort of wild, uncontrollable thing that lurks somewhere deep in our subconscious. Now, why does it exist? Nomiya apparently expects someone to pipe up with a guess, but as nobody dares to interrupt his inspired speech, he continues. It was a trick question. You see, art also validates itself. Generally speaking, you might say that art exists for no other purpose than itself. It's something that exists merely to leave a mark in history. It's the defiance of a mortal against the face of darkness, as was once said. Art is truly the proof of our existence. You all should know that human culture and civilization are tightly tied to the existence of art. Then, what about artists? What drives a man to dedicate his life to a thing so fickle and mysterious that it even defies definition? There are as many answers for this as there are artists, but if I had to put it into words, an artist doesn't make art because he can, but because he must. Nomiya takes a pause, and his gaze sweeps over his audience, eyes flaring with passion. It's obvious that art touches the very soul of each and every human being in one way or another. So, if you were given a chance to connect with your fellow man in such a fundamental way, how could you not? There is a poem I'm very much fond of, and I shall recite the most well-known part of it to you now. I feel that, for me personally, of all possible things it captures best the essence of what it means to be an artist. Nomiya leans against the desk as he clears his throat in preparation. Looking at some distant place, he utters the words in the heavy afternoon air with his soft basso voice. To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. There is a solemn and unbelievably awkward silence after he finishes reciting the short fragment. Nobody dares speak a word. Nomiya clears his throat again. To be an artist is to see the world in a grain of sand. You see, dear children, without art, there would not be much to live for in this world. It is a most profound thing. He is clearly touched by this notion. I almost expect to see a lone tear rolling down his rough cheek, but it never comes. I turn to Rin and whisper to her. So how is this a discussion circle? She shrugs nonchalantly back at me. The previous ones were the same. To his credit, Nomiya does try to get some debate going, but the club seems to be reluctant to comply. I feel a bit guilty about opening my mouth. Maybe we would have been spared from this. As the meeting comes to a close, I realize we haven't once touched any paint or... Oh my god, I misread that word. Oh my god. I misread the word pens for something else. And I think you can tell what it was. As the meeting comes to a close, I realize we haven't once touched any paint or pens today, and I feel somewhat disappointed. Nomiya suddenly appears next to us. He seems to be still fired up from the speech he delivered. His cologne smells musky and saturine at the same time, giving me an instant headache, even though I'm not sensitive to perfumes. He's looking at Rin like a hungry wolf. Tezuka, do you remember Mrs. Sionji, who visited us at the festival? I think so.
I'm going to tell you something amazing. The thing is, she's a very well-known gallerist around here. It turns out I might be able to get her to consider having some of your work put on display.
He ends his sentence with a dramatic gesture. It seems he's expecting Rin to show some sort of joyous, shocked reaction at such grand news, but she just stares at him blankly.
Magnificent, isn't it? This could be a real chance for us to get ahead, girl.
But...
Now, I know what you're about to say. Yes, it wouldn't be a simple affair, but I think this is an absolutely fantastic opportunity. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we even made it big. This could be the first step. And then, when the word is out, we strike while the iron is hot. Right, Nakai?
Yeah, it does sound pretty great. If you're into that kind of thing.
See? We should definitely not let this one pass, am I right?
I don't... really. Rin seems to be troubled for some reason. I can't figure out why. What Nomiya is saying does indeed sound like a possibly great thing. She looks pretty down, though, and confused. I've never seen her like this.
So, what do you think?
Rin looks up to her teacher's glowing face, then back down at her desk. I'll think about it. Nomiya is at least taken slightly aback by Rin's lack of superlative delight. Then he smiles widely at her and gently pats her head.
Good girl.
Don't like that for some reason. The club meeting is finally over, and as I lazily collect my things and help clean up, I start feeling exhausted for some reason. There isn't much to do, however, so it's over quickly. I catch up to Rin, who left the club room just a moment earlier, so we're walking down the stairs to the ground floor while I try to go over Nomiya's passionate speech about art, and Rin seems to be lost in thought. Not an unusual state for her, I've learned, but something about her expression makes me feel uneasy. Penny for your thoughts. That'd be too cheap. You're just overpricing your thoughts. I wouldn't be able to sell them anyway. I'm not sure what I'm thinking yet. That'd be fraud too, like stealing a candy from a baby. That's theft, not fraud. I have to think about what I think. Is this about what the teacher said? Getting your work put on display and all that? She doesn't answer, but stops in her tracks as we reach the lobby. We're the only people around, so it's very quiet. Footsteps echo from a few floors up as someone hurries along a hallway. I think I'm going to go somewhere elsewhere. I think she really is troubled. Want company? I can't promise much help with the thinking, but it's not like I have much else to do, and I'm supposed to do some light exercise. If you like. Underwater and a maple with a name. Rin leads me outside, to the wall behind the dormitories. There's a small back gate there, made from the same wrought iron as the main gate. It leads to the shadowy woodland park from behind the school. The gate is rusty, as if it hasn't seen much use. However, it sits open, so we pass through. It's not forbidden for students to leave the grounds, but somehow I feel a little uneasy. A path leads deeper into the forest. Tall Zelkova maple trees rustle in the wind, their canopies creating patches of chill air hanging in the places where the shadows fall. The forest smells strongly of earth. I almost feel cold, even though the midsummer day is as hot as ever. Rin trudges ahead like a sleepwalker, sure-footed but with no apparent destination in mind. Her thoughts seem to be somewhere else. I follow a few steps behind, taking more care to watch where my feet land. The path follows the land uphill at a low angle, sometimes making little detours downhill before climbing back upward. The muted brown and gray trunks line the path on both sides, peppered with ferns and other undergrowth. After a little while, I start getting worried. The path is still wide and clear, so there's no chance of getting lost, but it doesn't look like we have any particular destination. There's nothing wrong with a bit of aimless wandering around, but I don't want to go so far that I get too tired to walk back. I'm starting to get a little winded and my legs feel heavy. I want to stop and get a chance to catch my breath and rest my legs, but Rin keeps on going. Where are we going? Or are we going anywhere at all? Worry tree. I see. So what exactly is the worry tree? It's just a tree. Like this. She stops in front of a particularly large maple that might or might not be the worry tree. Its lush green leaves sway lightly in the breeze, blowing through the small clearing we entered. I guessed as much. There are people who believe that you must come here to wallow in misery. If you are miserable only by people, I mean me, and the tree isn't really called anything. So, if you're miserable, you talk to a tree about it? No. What? You can't talk to trees. What do you think I am, crazy? No, I didn't mean it like that. Or maybe you talk to trees? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that you're crazy. Even though you probably are if you talk to trees. I wouldn't recommend it in either case. People will think you're a weird person. No, just forget it. She looks mildly confused, for which I don't blame her at all. She tilts her head a little to the side, expression melting back to her usual one. Alright, I'm good at forgetting things. So why are we here? Are you miserable then? I can't read the expressions she makes. I hate how bad I am at interpreting Rin's mood. She doesn't answer right away, as if she herself isn't quite certain of her own mood. The blank stare changes into a more difficult expression as she shuffles her weight around. Finally, coming to a conclusion, Rin shrugs her shoulders. I've grown to seriously dislike that gesture. It doesn't mean anything. Maybe. I just feel kind of like I'm sinking underwater. I don't know what I should do. I don't know where I should go, that's all. Maybe it's not a big deal, but I thought walking might help. Kind of like, if I go somewhere, I would know where I should go. I don't really know if it did. It really would have made sense if walking had helped to decide where to go. So you don't want to try to get an exhibition? Or rather, you don't know if you do? Can't decide? Ren doesn't say anything for a while, arranging her thoughts in silence. The quiet is broken by birdsong from somewhere in the treetops, followed by rustling leaves as the bird takes flight. Maybe. I'm not sure if I can have a thing like that. So far, I've only painted for myself. I don't think I could have my things on display the way I am now. This me couldn't do it. Her reason sounds like a weak excuse. I make my trademark frown, but she doesn't notice it. I don't get it. The teacher certainly thinks you could. I don't think he'd suggest it otherwise. Sounds like he's calling in favors from his friends, too. I know. He's really done a lot for me. But this might be too much. Becoming someone who can do it might be pretty hard. Maybe I couldn't do it at all. He can't do it for me, and if I let him try, I just sink deeper and deeper. Rin stands in front of the large maple and turns away from me. I want to close the few feet of distance between us and... I don't know. My irritation is suddenly gone, and I start feeling sympathetic to her. I know exactly how you feel. Well, maybe I don't, but still. I think I think I haven't f- I think I haven't felt like I was actually in control of my own life this whole year. I'm just helplessly going along with the flow. Like coming here to this school. I didn't really choose it myself, and I certainly didn't choose this time of my life to learn that I have this condition. I still can't casually say the word aloud. It's like, yeah, it's exactly like being underwater. Like I can't even breathe. Rin turns to face me again, a sad expression on her face. Is that why you look so sad all the time? I don't want to look sad like you. Do I look to you like you look to me? I don't look sad all the time. I just don't know what I should be feeling, what kind of face I should be making. Me neither. Do I look sad now? Not really. You look like you always do, I think. But I'm sinking. I should try to float. Up, like a rubber duck. Quack, quack, all yellow and creepy. I have to think for a few seconds about which direction I should pursue in this conversation. Then I realize that it doesn't matter. You think rubber ducks are creepy? You don't? I think they look very creepy. Everything that has eyes but isn't alive is very disturbing. Like rubber ducks and reflections in mirrors. She plops down on the forest bed, leaning on the maple she named the worry tree. After wondering what to do for a minute, I sit down too, 3 feet apart from her. I'm gonna take a sip of water. The forest envelops us in its embrace, and its stillness falls upon the two of us. We sit there without speaking for a long while. I can literally feel the time passing. Patches of sunlight litter the small clearing in a pattern that echoes the maple canopies. One of them falls directly on me, warming me all the way to the bone. I wonder what I could do for myself, and maybe for Rin. For now, I just keep watching her from this distance. Sometimes she cranes her neck all the way back, so much that it looks almost painful, and stares up at the small patch of sky visible past the canopy of the worry tree. Sometimes she just stares blankly ahead, as if seeing something just beyond her reach. She keeps whispering to herself, but so quietly that I can't hear her, even though I'm sitting right next to her. I only see her lips moving, like she was in the middle of a distant dream. I realize that right now, I no longer feel any of the intense loneliness I feel at night, just before falling asleep. I might be more like Rin than I thought. I can either give up or stay submerged under the weight of all the crap in my life, or try to change myself for the better. Her decision is different, yet the same. And unlike her, I know for sure that I can't stay like this forever. I have to change. I think I know what to pick here, but just in case. Yeah. I want to be more like Rin. Rin could probably do it. Even though she seems to doubt herself, I have no doubts about her strength. She could do it, even if she can't. It makes me feel a little bit better, too, and I lean back against the tree, breathing out deeply as if for the first time in a long time. We stay that way in the small clearing until the angle of sun changes and the chilly shadows deepen. No longer warm where we sit, we leave the forest, returning along the same path we took coming in. It doesn't seem like Rin has come to a decision. I wonder if it was a bad idea for me to come along. It's alright. I don't mind. I'm sure the trees and dirt and rocks won't mind either. Did you mind? No, not at all. I think it helped me too. While we walk back towards the dormitories, the sky is changing to a deep ultramarine. The first summer stars twinkle softly from between spots in the canopy, barely visible like tiny fireflies. I become very self-conscious about Rin's presence. I haven't thought much about girls since things fell apart with Iwanako. This is kind of the same situation as then, but to be honest, I don't think it really counts for much. Not with Rin. And yet, it feels good walking next to her, even if it isn't anything more than this. At first, I think Rin agitated me quite a bit with her unpredictable behavior. But recently, I feel I haven't had to be on my toes so much. I've managed to let myself go a little. It makes me feel satisfied, even though ultimately I think it's more thanks to Rin than myself. She seems to be disinterested in a huge number of things, but something in her makes me try harder than I normally would. It's not that I want to impress her. I think that truly impressing Rin would take near superhuman effort just because of how she is. Instead, it's because there's this relentless feeling inside of me that I shouldn't let Rin down. It's really weird. I wonder why I started thinking like that. I don't even know what sort of expectations she has about pretty much anything. So how could I let her down? Rin has this unassuming air all around her, and she doesn't really talk about stuff very often. Even today's confession of her self-doubt caught me a little bit off guard. I feel like I want to talk more with her. The realization suddenly dawns on me that Rin is basically the only person I talk to nowadays, apart from whatever I have to endure from Shizune, Misha, or Kenji. I feel slightly depressed. In front of the dormitories, as if summoned by my dark thoughts, we run into Kenji himself. Ah, fuck me, my throat is going to die. It feels very odd seeing him outside, breathing fresh outdoor air, touching grass. At least it's already dusk. I partially expect Kenji would disintegrate upon direct exposure to the sun. Like a fucking vampire? Kenji himself seems very insecure as well, standing around looking like he's waiting for something, but doesn't know himself what it might be. Hey Kenji, what are you doing?
Hello. Who are you?
It's me, Hisao. I'm not sure if you know Tezuka from class 3-4? From his face, I can see that not only he doesn't know Rin, he also can't see her from this short distance.
Oh, sup dudes?
Really, dude? Kenji sticks his hand enthusiastically forward, almost straight into Rin's stomach. Rin looks at his outstretched hand in confusion until Kenji clears his throat God, sorry, I think I've been talking for so much, I'm like, ugh. Until Kenji clears his throat and retracts the hand. There's something almost cool that he manages to do with social awkwardness. It's not like I'm the most suave man on the planet, but I don't think I'll ever be able to even approach Kenji's level. I think I respect Kenji a little bit more. So, you're waiting for someone? He leans closer and lowers his voice to an agitated whisper. I see his facial muscles twitching.
Come on, man, you know I can't talk about stuff here in public. They might be listening. I'm going to go have to pick up some stuff from somewhere, and I don't want those snooping student council hags to get on my case. Also, I don't trust your friend. Nothing personal. Are you sure he's trustworthy?
I briefly considered telling Kenji about Rin's gender, but as it might end up badly for one or both of them, I decide against it. It's because of the fact that she has short hair and she's wearing the boy's uniform. Yeah, I'm sure. My thing is like, how the fuck can you not tell from her voice? Unless we're saying that her voice is, like, pretty androgynous. Ugh. He turns from me to Rin, and I immediately get the feeling that I have to prevent them from talking to each other with whatever means necessary. However, there is little I can do now, apart from physical violence.
In that case, would you be interested in knowing about the worst threat to mankind since the invented vegetarianism?
He sounds like a vacuum cleaner salesman. That is so specific. I thought it was Sunday.
I see you're not in the know. Yeah, man, I'm talking about man-eating cows here. Very few people know what I know, so I'm not surprised. We can't talk here, but if you like a pamphlet, come to my room after curfew on Mondays or Wednesdays.
Wait, what? Where the fuck did she get Sunday? What? Where did she get that? He suddenly reaches to his pocket and draws out a He suddenly reaches to his pocket and draws out a ballpoint pen and what looks like a convenience store receipt. Kenji furiously scribbles on the scrap of paper and then thrusts it towards Rin.
Here's the password. Memorize it and then eradicate any trace of this document. Eat it, burn it, dissolve in acid, whatever.
I take the receipt from Kenji as Rin is unable to do so and glance at it. It's indeed a receipt, apparently for 2 rice balls and 5 boxes of matches. I hope he's not planning to burn anything down. On the other side is written just one word. Honey muffin! I show it to Rin too, but she shows no reaction. Thank you.
Yo, Hisao, you still in that club? The Club of Dark Arts?
Fine art. Anyway, yeah. Actually just had a meeting today.
Still got your wits about you? No shady mind tricks going on? Nothing personal, man, but I have to be on top of things. Can't get caught with my pants down. Speaking of which, you really should take showers a bit later. Gotta respect that personal space. Nothing personal.
Kenji looks around as if he heard something and then straightens his jacket.
Okay, I gotta scoot now before it gets too late. Later, dudes. Good luck.
Kenji takes off rapidly towards the main gate. Rin looks after him, frowning. We watch after Kenji's diminishing figure in silence. What's wrong with him? Technically speaking, I think he's legally blind. Oh, I see. That would have been a really bad convo. We have to be getting to the end of Act 1. Oh. Oh shit. Well, time for the breakup letter. I can immediately tell from the envelope that it's not about official matters of any sort. Someone actually wrote me an old-fashioned, handwritten paper letter. Who bothers doing something like that in this day and age anyway? Yet, as unlikely as the prospect of receiving one sounds, there is definitely a letter lying on my desk. The classes for the day are over. Still feeling pretty full from the big lunch that I had unexpectedly eaten at the cafeteria, I returned to my dorm, planning on finishing my homework and probably skipping dinner, or at least just eating light. I feel like I need to eat less than I used to. Maybe I don't use that much energy now that I don't do much beyond reading. However, the letter on my desk has naturally caught my interest. It's the first piece of mail I've received here at Yamaku, so it feels special even if it wasn't something as rare as a handwritten letter. What causes me even more trepidation is the name of the sender, written neatly on the back of the envelope. Iwanako. I have no idea why she would write to me. I haven't been in contact with anyone from my old school since I transferred, and Iwanako is the last person I'd expect to want to write me a letter. The last time I saw Iwanako was terribly awkward, embarrassingly so. She came to my hospital room, peeled me an apple out of courtesy, and then we practically sat in silence for half an hour. She said goodbye and didn't look me in the eye when she closed the door. It might have been a natural end to this series of visits that were probably pretty painful for both of us. Every time she visited me in the hospital, I wanted to talk to her, but something stopped me every time. Every time that I didn't speak made the next time even harder. Iwanako always had this aura of fragility around her, as if she had shattered into pieces at the slightest disturbance. Initially, I think it might have been that delicacy that attracted me to her, but after what happened back then, it felt as if she really had shattered. She looked so sad that I didn't want to say anything that might upset her, and I never could figure out the right words to say. I told her that it wasn't her fault. She nodded, and I really think she understood that if it hadn't been that, then sooner or later something else would have made my heart give out. Yet she looked so hopelessly sad every time she opened that door and entered my room. So I never managed to say the things I wanted to say. In the end, that might have hurt her even more. Carefully, I open the envelope and draw out the folded letter from within. Okay. Dear Hisao, how are you? I hope you are well and happy at your new school. Everyone here misses you. Almost all of our second-year class got put together in Class 3-1 for the final year, so we're pretty comfortable right from the beginning of the year. I'm sure you would have been assigned to this class as well. The mood among the third year seems to be very anxious about the final exams, even though they're so far away. The teachers are badgering us about it all the time. Even old Mr. Tachibana, who is, by the way, our homeroom teacher this year. Would you believe it? I was sure that he'd retire after our second year, but here he is, nagging everyone about studying for exams. I think things like that are the main reason why the mood among the third years is so nervous. I must admit that I'm somehow losing confidence in myself as well, even though I've always fared reasonably well in exams. It's so weird to think we're already seniors, isn't it? Time has really flown past. I wonder where it went. The new first year seems so young and somehow really innocent. I keep wondering if I was like them in my first year. I've been feeling nostalgic like this for the whole first trimester. There are other things I want to say. I'm writing to you because I felt that there are things I should have said after the incident back in winter. I really regret that I wasn't able to say them in person, and I have no excuse for it. The truth is, the times when I visited you at the hospital made me worried about you. I'm not talking about your health. You seem to become more distant and disheartened. It was natural after something like that happened, I'm sure, but somehow I got the feeling that you had given up on something back then. Happiness, maybe? I wanted to somehow express my feelings, but the right words didn't come to me. I couldn't say anything to comfort you. I'm really sorry for not being able to support you when it mattered the most, even though I like you so much. At least now, finally, I can be more honest. If I could go back to those quiet days in February and March, I'd tell you to not give up on yourself. That's what I would say. Maybe you wouldn't have drifted so far away if I had just said something. I hope you've managed to get back on your feet on your own. Now that the distance between us is also physical, it also feels more final somehow. I wonder if we will meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't? Still, if you would like to correspond with me, by all means write me back. I'd very much like to hear about your new school and how you're doing. I wish you all the best. Sincerely, Iwanako. After finishing reading the letter, I fold it like it was and place it on my desk. I don't know what to think of this. I feel empty and confused. Why now, after all this time? Just yesterday, I decided that I can't let myself stay like this, that I try to get on top of my own life. Reading this letter just reminds me of what it could have been. Of course I wish that I didn't have to be here. I'd want to be in the same class with Iwanako again. Maybe we would talk every day now and go on dates. My life didn't go like that. I didn't really need to be reminded of this. Iwanako needed to write this letter for her own sake, and I'm glad for her that she could, but it would have been better if I hadn't read it. Of course, she's right. I thought of the same thing yesterday. I'd fallen into a pit of depression and now have to try to climb out. Sorry, my mouth is getting really fucking tired. Oh my god. I rip out a page from my notebook, and after a moment of thinking how to frame my words, I write a short reply to Iwanako. I find it difficult to be really honest to her, but at least I try to appear somewhat convincing. I don't write her about Yamaku at all. I doubt she'll write me again, but I don't feel at all sad about it. I fold my own letter to her, and as I have no envelope, set it next to Iwanako's. I'll mail it to her later. Then I lie back on my bed, looking at the monotone gray ceiling. A bird sings outside of my window, and a sudden gust of wind flutters my curtains. The summer afternoon feels still, as if time had stopped for a brief moment. I think about all the things I've lost and will never regain. Oh, we really have. Please tell me we're nearing the end of Act 1. Like, my throat. Like, I'm wanting to get to the end of Act 1 with this stream. Oh, shit. Alright. Thus the languid days of mid-June pass by. I mail my letter to Iwanako and receive no reply. Having decided to ditch the old me, I start observing my fellow students even closer than I did before, hoping to understand how other people cope with their own issues. I start seeing things I didn't before, and it makes me wonder if I've been wrong twice. Superficially, everyone is abnormal and yet so strikingly normal that it shocked me at first. I admired the way my new schoolmates turned my prejudices around just like that, simply by being themselves. Now that I've gotten used to it, I begin noticing other kinds of tones in the people surrounding me every day. There's this soft, numb sadness all around me. I can see the effort everyone has to make just to get through the day, and how it weighs on their shoulders, like it weighs on mine. Even the brightest smile is just slightly subdued, every outburst of annoyance just slightly dampened. It's subtle, but it's definitely there. I try to think what it means, what I can learn from others. I wonder if deep down, everyone is as lost as I am. Is there even one person in here who has truly found peace? I start to feel doubtful about myself once again. I can't decide whether these people are happy, unhappy, or if they've just learned to cope and now live in an unfeeling limbo like I did all spring. I escape from these feelings into the towering piles of books I carried to my room from Yuko's sanctuary. After realizing that this would just shut me down even more, I start going to the art club's room more often, usually whenever I can. Rin too seems to spend more time in there than in her own classroom. I've often seen her totter towards the door at the very end of our corridor. That wooden door and the room behind it, smelling of paint and paper, seemed to mean more to her than the rest of the world combined. She says she has special permission to use the room, which I don't doubt at all. I don't think Nomiya would deny Rin anything. He seems to dote on her like an uncle upon a favorite niece. The object of his affection, however, has no favorites. She says she appreciates the teacher a lot for going the extra mile for her sake, but even when she says that, her expression is the same as always. It's as if she was talking about a particularly unremarkable rock that she saw the other day. I can't really figure out their relationship. Rin doesn't seem to let anyone close. I don't think even Emmy could say she's crossed the gap that seems to separate Rin from the rest of the world. I don't understand it. She seems so indifferent, yet so passionate at the same time. Somewhere, the school bells ring the last call of the day. I realize I've been zoning out for who knows how long. Dazed, I sit up straighter, trying to look as inconspicuous as possible. The pungent smells of linseed oil and turpentine mix in my nostrils as I draw a deep breath. I feel drowsy and lightheaded. It's already this late, and a few club members left early, so it's just me, Rin, the teacher, and 2 other girls who are also about to leave. Rin is sitting to my right, slowly working on a painting while I'm idling the time away. I don't think she realizes I've been watching her this whole time. With a nimble move of her delicate ankle, she dips the brush into crimson paint and presses it lightly onto the canvas. A stain spreads around, as if the brush was bleeding. Her progress is slowed down to a crawl. By now I've learned that this is dangerous for her technique, as the paint must not be allowed to dry before she's finished. It occurs to me that I am literally watching paint dry, and yet somehow I'm not feeling bored despite spacing out just now. Most of the time, the art club is very relaxed and freeform. Apart from times when Nomiya gets really excited about some technique or style he wants to teach us about, everyone is free to pursue their own interests. Lacking one, I keep floating around without a direction. I try this and that, but nothing really leaves me with a deeper impression, not to mention that I don't seem to have a special knack for anything. Well, I did get praise for my attempts at watercolors, and I felt pretty good about that myself, but that's it. I suppose it's to be expected. I joined the art club mostly on a whim after all. I'm thinking that maybe I should quit the club if it's going to be this pointless. But there's nothing really wrong with pointlessness, and I can't exactly say I'm unhappy. Unsatisfied, maybe, but I've got only myself to blame for that. As the pair of girls exit the club room with a cheerful bye-bye, Nomiya stands up from his desk. His chair scoots back with a loud screech that breaks the harmony of this quiet afternoon. He taps a pile of papers on his hands twice against the tabletop in order to straighten them, then stretches his back. I have a faculty meeting to attend, so I can't stay. I'll have to do some paperwork later, so if you want to stay, we can talk then. Sorry about this. There are 2 people here, but he's really talking to only one of us. Nomiya spends extra hours of his time mentoring Rin after official club hours are over, and I'll bet he'd like to discuss his plan of getting Rin's art into a gallery a little more. It's alright. I think I'll probably be here, but it's not a big deal if I'm not. I don't really have much going now. Rin answers without moving her eyes from her work in progress. The tone of her voice is neither the polite kind expected when talking to a teacher, nor her usual monotone. So I won't need to send a search party if you aren't here? Yes, no thanks, I don't like to party. We can talk later. Good girl. Smiling, the teacher picks up the rest of his papers and makes his way to the door. I glance at the clock above it and then at my watch to double check. They're 3 minutes apart, but nevertheless, the club's meeting time is over now. Rin seems intent on staying here to work on her piece while waiting for the teacher. I can't quite imagine what their one-on-one time would be like. Would they actually discuss anything? Rin is always so subdued in what she says, and when she does say something, it's difficult to understand what she's talking about. Maybe Nomiya just talks endlessly like he does at club meetings, letting Rin absorb what she will from his infinite well of art knowledge, like a sunflower turning to face the glowing sun. Oh my god. I will say my legs are really starting to feel it right now. Oh yeah, we have to be approaching the end of Act 1, because I want to end the stream on that note. Oh. Excuse me. Do you mind if I stay? I, thought I'd maybe give watercolors another try. I blurred out the excuse sort of accidentally, embarrassing myself. Rin doesn't take her eyes off her painting. Okay. I shift around in my chair, then get to fetching a cup of water, brushes, colors, and some paper. The sound of my footsteps invades the still afternoon air. Before starting, I try to recall what the teacher told us, an important philosophy of the medium. Working with watercolors means more working with water than working with color. I try to keep that in mind, and dip my tiny sable brush into the water cup. I'm mixing yellow and blue, trying to capture the sunlit treetops outside of the window. The sun is low, so the yellows are more pronounced and everything looks darker. I still can't quite connect what I see with what my hand does with the paints, but it's a passable attempt for my level. After a while, I start losing my focus and move the paper aside, deciding to watch Rin work for a while instead. That little while stretches first into a long while, and then into a really long while. Rin paints, her entire being fully concentrated on the brush between her slender toes and the painting coming to life one stroke at a time. She seems determined and yet at the same time relaxed, effortlessly moving the brush around, never hesitating. Colors meet and part, mix and cover each other on the canvas, bending to her quiet will. I don't know anything about composition, structure, or any of that stuff, but I really like Rin's paintings. I like how she looks when she paints. As usual, the silence between us compels me to speak rather than merely wait for her to open up. She might end up saying nothing at all. Do you mind if we talk? I don't mind. I kind of wanted to ask more about why you get so weird about this thing the teacher wants to arrange for you. Rin picks up a tube of paint and squeezes it between her toes on a palette almost as easily as someone with opposable thumbs would. Taking up a brush again, she replies. A lot of things. And some not things. Unthings. I don't think that's a word. Do you want to talk about it? I try to reach out to her clumsily, ignoring the embarrassing feeling of awkwardness. Rin keeps her focus on the painting, spreading more and more paint on the canvas, her lips forming a perfectly straight line as she concentrates on the job. Not really. Talking is hard. I mean, it's not hard. I'm talking even now. But saying the right things is really hard for me. No matter what, I just can't say the things I want. That sounds weird. Excuse me. It's true. I say all kinds of things that I don't really mean all the time. And sometimes I forget words and then I use the wrong words. I even come up with new words for things that I already have some. That's the worst thing. I get really nervous and everything comes out a mess and even I don't really understand what I want to say. I think there's something wrong with me that makes it like this. Remember when I said I can only think of 4 things at the same time? I nod wordlessly. It's not really 4. I mean, it is 4, but everything else is also there kind of in the background. Like being at an amusement park and a beehive at the same time. But that's not the point. I used to do better. Like 6 or 7 things. I think so, at least. I feel like I'm becoming dumber. I think everyone has times when they feel like they can't say the right things. But it's there all the time. Stronger and deeper. Yeah, deeper is a good word. I like that word. Deeper. It's that feeling of being underwater. Maybe it's just art. The more I paint, the more words I forget. Maybe at some point I will forget how to speak completely. It feels like I'm slowly forgetting everything. Do you remember what you thought about things 3 or 4 years ago? I don't. I don't. A long pause ensues, during which time seems to bend around itself, almost tying itself into a knot. I don't think I've ever heard Rin talk this earnestly and for so long about anything before. It's like I'm fading away from the world. Rin's foot has stopped its work on the canvas, and she is staring at her painting, unmoving, as if gazing at some faraway location. Horizon, excuse me. God, I'm misremembering. I'm misreading stuff. Sunlight briefly glints in the corner of her onyx eyes. Something floats up into the top layer of Rin's being, and she lets out a long breath. Then she blinks and it's gone. Paintings stay behind. When I look at my old things, I remember what I was thinking back when I made them. They make me feel like I can be with all the past me's when I was a different me. I guess they're the proof of my existence. She uses the exact same words Nomiya used when he spoke to us of the nature of art. I didn't think Rin was paying any attention back then. I wonder if she was listening, or whether she had heard the same passionate speech from Nomiya before. Either way, I feel overwhelmed. Boy, are you complicated. I would have taken up writing a diary. Her eyes quickly flicker to my direction and then back to the painting, but she doesn't pick up the brush anymore. That's a great idea. Why didn't I ever think of that? Are you being sarcastic? What's sarcasm? I don't call her on the joke, if it is one. Right at that moment, Nomiya returns from his meeting. He waves to us a very melodramatic hello, mildly surprised to see me here along with his pet student. Walking with a boisterous gait to his desk, he drops his papers upon it. He picks up a handkerchief and cleans his glasses with incredibly meticulous care before walking over to us. Before he is within earshot of us, Rin says something to me in a quick, quiet voice. Change is the scariest thing in the world to me. And I seriously don't know if I want to change into a person who could do the thing the teacher wants me to do. I don't know if I could, even if I wanted to. Hello again! Hello. Hello. What's going on? Change is the scariest thing in the world to me, huh? And I seriously don't know if I want to change into a person who could do the thing the teacher wants me to do. I don't know if I could, even if I wanted to. Sounds very much a little bit like autism, but also just like, I don't know, like, and it sounds like, and Rin's like, and it sounds like Rin is like, I don't know if I want to be the artist the teacher wants me to be, and I don't know if I could do it even if I wanted to be that person. He smiles a bit sheepishly, looking at both of us with uninhibited interest. Nothing. We were just talking about that thing with your acquaintance in the gallery. For Rin's works. Sort of.
Oh-ho! Any decisions?
I look at Rin, who is trying to arrange the bothered expression on her face into something else. Anyway, I don't think I have much else to say, other than that you should go for it. Anyway, I don't think I have much else to say other than that you should go for it. It isn't like you at all to hesitate like this. This isn't like you. You told me that people should do things they can just because they can. And now you're being all wishy-washy yourself about something this important. I don't think I want to talk about this. I'm going. Rin stands up and trots out of the room without anyone saying anything more. I'm sorry. I think I made her upset.
Don't worry about it. She'll be fine, I'm sure. I'll talk to her later.
Nomiya looks at me over his circular pink glasses, smiling sympathetically.
You've made friends with her then, Nakai?
Well, something like that, I guess. Depends on how you look at it. To be honest, I'm not really sure. It's more like me and Rin just tend to hang around each other irregularly, talking or not about something that more often resembles some twisted mockery of philosophy rather than normal everyday things that friends chat about.
Well, that's all good, isn't it? You're a new student and we should be promoting integration into the student body and such. I can't remember all the buzzwords they spew at faculty and Yamaku Foundation meetings, but that's how it is. Tezuka isn't the most social person around these parts either.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
So she's talked about my suggestion to you?
Oh no, not really. I think it's been more me pressing her to decide something. Maybe I shouldn't have.
No, I'm sure it's fine. I'm too soft with her even when I shouldn't. I don't really know how to handle Tezuka. She's so independent and willful. I wonder if this is what every old geezer of an art teacher who got his hands on a young and fiery prodigy felt like.
He chuckles ironically to himself a little bit, turning to face Rin's latest work which she left drying on the easel. She departed so abruptly that I wonder if she considers it finally finished.
So, let's see the painting then.
He leans in closer, peering at the canvas.
It draws you in, doesn't it?
Nomiya stands back straight, his face a dreamy, nostalgic visage. I don't answer him, as he seems to be taking my agreement as a given.
I sometimes stay here after hours just to look at Tezuka's paintings. She's really just prodigious, and at such a young age. I get shivers just thinking of what she could become with a few more years of refinement. You asked what makes an artist, remember? This is it. They take a piece of the world and reshape it in their own image. Metaphorically, of course. Looking at her makes you wonder what the world looks like through her eyes. It's a wonderful thing, to be young and full of passion, the most extraordinary time of your life. You would do well to remember that, Nakai.
Yes, sir.
It's so silly. People always ask artists, where do you get your ideas? As if ideas were something sold at the market for pocket change. You can't explain inspiration. For people like Tezuka, it's like breathing. It's an instinct. I've met maybe one or two with the same kind of raw potential. But no amount of potential will amount to anything if one doesn't work to realize it. It's practice, technique, skill. Draw for an hour every day for a few years, and even the most hopeless case becomes a passable artist. Tezuka is not brilliant because she was born with a natural talent for this kind of thing. She's brilliant because she works harder than anyone, ever since she learned to hold a pen, most likely. And all of it with her feet, no less. Absolutely phenomenal. Silence finally lands in the club room as Nomiya lets himself get drawn back into Rin's painting, gently murmuring acceptance toward the still wet canvas. What kind of things do you paint yourself? As if waking from a reverie, he looks at me, surprised at my talking to him. Oh, I don't. Not anymore. I became an art teacher only after my career in that field came to an end. Now I just pass on knowledge to the next generation. The way Nomiya answers is curious, both giving and withholding information. I feel like asking more, but he cuts in before I get the chance. Now you should run along, my boy. It's almost dinner time, isn't it? Yes, sir. Have a good evening. You too. God, when are we almost done? It's been 5.5 hours. I quickly collect my stuff and step out into the deserted hallway, leaving the teacher alone with his musings. The weekend will be here soon. It's amazing how fast time flies here. I promised Emmy I'd join her for the celebration for Triumph at the track meet last week. That should be plenty of fun. Oh, God, I don't know if I can... God, how much longer is this fucking act? Like, my legs are aching. Umbrella logic. Okay. Alright. I thought we were gonna get to the end of Act 1, but y'all, my legs are aching. Like, my legs are aching. My throat is beginning to give out. And I am getting really tired. Oh, God. I'm just curious, how much longer do we have? Do you see? Oh my lord. That's a lot of scenes. Why the fuck does it feel like Shizune has less? I don't know, I mean, I guess, like, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, I guess, like, that's the thing, isn't it? It's, like, it's the fact that, like, Shizune's scenes felt so long. Yeah, like, this is a lot of fucking scenes, y'all. And I've already fucking... Ugh. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one. I wanted to look at the gallery. Oh, no, this is Ren. I was like, hello. Okay. But yeah, we're gonna stop here for the night. Again, I've been going for almost 5.5 hours. And, like, I can't do this for much longer. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus, my legs. Oh my god. You know, I'm beginning to realize that this is why people get standing desks. It's so that they don't die. Well, not die per se, but
but so that they're not sitting in a chair for hours on end and their legs are wanting to give out on them. Oh, jeez. Okay. Still, we have to be getting close to the end of Act 1. Like, there's no fucking way. Can't. Oh. Ah. Okay. Doing good. I promise we're doing good. Can ballerinas sit longer than normal people? I don't know. I never thought about that. Excuse me. But yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, to be fair, I always think about, like... I mean, to be fair, I think about, like, people who can't, not sit, but, like, who... It's more like who are constantly sitting, like, you know, Hanako... What do you mean, pushed my voice? I actually didn't have a hard time voicing Hanako. Or do you mean to say a different character? Because I mean, to be fair, I mean, the hardest, like, if it's a Sao, it's like, well, that's the narrator voice. Like that's the thing. My voice just gets naturally deeper when I'm narrating. And and it's like, I could speak in a higher pitch, but considering the fact that, it's pretty similar to Rin, it's like, I can't do that. But Rin's not that hard. Nomiya's hard because I have to artificially deepen my voice and add, like, a bit of, like, the cigarette voice. Not the cigarette voice, the smoker voice. But, I mean, to be fair, Rin does speak in a very monotone voice. Like, again, it's mentioned in the prose that, like, she speaks in a monotone voice. I mean, and considering, again, like, the whole autism-coded thing, it's like, it is, it is a bit of a stereotype, but it is also true that there are a lot of autistic people who speak in a monotone voice. I just happen to be one of the few that don't. God, it reminds me of, I don't know if I said this story before, but on this channel at least, but it reminds me of when me and my friend Gary finally talked in VC or in voice chat like years ago. Because the thing is, we have known each other for over a decade at this point, but we did not officially talk to each other until I think, like, when was it? Like 2020, 2021? It was years ago. And the funniest thing is that when we finally talked in VC, like hours later, they expressed to me that I sounded a lot different than how basically I sounded a lot different than what they thought, because we'd only ever communicated via text, and the way that I used to talk via text, it does sound very emotionless, very monotone. Like, I hardly ever put any emojis into it. You know, and the thing is that it's like, I never really thought about the way I sounded when I typed, because I usually just type with, like, with proper grammar and punctuation. While I know that a lot of the people my age don't do that. Like, they usually, they usually don't have proper capitalization, and they use a lot more emojis, etc. So Gary was like, you sound way more energetic and emotional than I thought you'd be. And I didn't take it as an insult, but it was really funny, because it's like, really? The most popular... Well, I think we did... Well, technically I did do the most popular girl. That was my second playthrough of Katawa Shoujo. That was Emmy. But yeah, now that like we've talked in VC, like you know, plenty of times at this point, like they're used to what I sound like, but it's still just so funny, because it's like, what do you mean? But we're getting a little bit into the nitty gritty of Rin's route. Something else I did. So we are starting to see, like, a bit of the conflict that's going to be shaping Rin's route for the rest of it, and it's the fact that she definitely seems to have some identity issues, but also the fact that, like, she can't really convey or articulate her emotions into words. Like, I think it's, I don't know if it's ever confirmed, but it sounds as if, if Rin has a condition called, I don't know how to pronounce it, alexithymia? Something... like alexithymia, something. What is that word? How do you spell it? Here we go. Okay, so, yeah, alexithymia, which is the inability to recognize or describe one's own emotions. And according to Wikipedia, alexithymia, also called emotional blindness, is a neuropsychological phenomenon characterized by difficulties processing or describing one's emotions. Alexithymia occurs in approximately 10% of the population and often co-occurs with various mental and neurodevelopmental disorders. It is often associated with difficulties in attachment and interpersonal relationships. Oh, that definitely makes sense. So, according to Wikipedia, alexithymia frequently co-occurs with other disorders. Research indicates that alexithymia overlaps with 50% to 80% of the autistic population, and there's also overlap with sleep disorders, with more overlapping conditions described further below. Let me see here. In a 2004 study that used the whatever the fuck that is, 85% of the adults with, I'm assuming that's autism spectrum disorder, fell into the impaired category, and almost half fell into the severely impaired category. In contrast, to among the adult control population, only 17% were impaired, and none were severely impaired. Let's see. Oh, it's also pretty common with, or at the very least, it's found to be associated with ADHD as well. Higher levels of alexithymia, but among the traits of overlap with the schizoid, avoidant dependent, and schizotypal personality disorders, substance use disorders, some anxiety disorders, and sexual disorders, as well as certain physical illnesses such as hypertension, inflammatory IBS, diabetes, and functional dyspepsia. Okay. Is further linked with disorders such as migraine, headaches, lower back pain. Inflammatory bowel disease and IBS are different. I'm sorry. Asthma, nausea, allergies, and fibromyalgia. Huh. But yeah, at the very least, it does sound as if, like, she suffers, or she has, not suffers, has alexithymia. And it's like, man, I do wonder if I have that too. But it's actually very interesting to think about, like, it's actually, but yeah, it's actually very interesting to think about that line. You know, the whole, you know, change is the scariest thing in the world to me, and I don't know if I want to change into a person who can do the thing this person wants me to do. I don't know if I do very much relate to that, you know, because obviously as an autistic person, change is very scary to me. I've talked before about how change is like, ugh, to me, but the idea of, like, not knowing whether or not I can be someone that can be, like the idea of, and what, how do I say this? Like, and I can definitely relate to the doubt of like changing into somebody that someone else expects of me, or not knowing if I could do that even if I wanted to. Like, I fucking relate to that a lot. You know, I mean, granted, with Rin's whole thing, it's like, you know, I don't know if I want to be the artist that the teacher expects me to be, and I don't know if I can be the artist even if I wanted to be. You know, like, I definitely relate to that. Because, and I definitely imagine there's a lot of people, you know, with that self-doubt, you know, of, like, you know, because, I mean, it definitely is, like, you know, expectations and your own perception of yourself and your confidence. Ugh, it's a lot. But yeah. But yeah, it is very interesting. It's very interesting. We're gonna get to... Is there a run you enjoyed the most? Well, I definitely didn't enjoy Shizune's. Oh my god, Shizune was way too fucking long. I feel like it dragged so much. But, Emmy or Hanako? It's hard to say. I mean, I think my instinct is to say Emmys because I definitely think like they turned up the shoujo in that. Like because I'm a hopeless romantic. And I do love the romance between, and I do like the romance between Hisao and Emmy. And all, you know, especially because I still get excited when I think about like their first kiss and how it was written, and I'm like, ah! But I also really like, the theme and the conflict in Emmy's route because, you know, because of the fact that Emmy doesn't want to, because Emmy's grief over the loss of her father was so great that it basically like convinced her to never get close to anyone again out of the fear that she was out of fear of experiencing it again. But Hisao getting through to her and telling her like, I love you and I'm always going, and I want, like, and we should just like treasure the now, and Emmy like opening up to him about her father's death and how it affected her, along with the fear and worry of losing him, I don't know, I really like that route. I really did. But Hanako's route is good too because of the fact that, Hisao is treating Hanako as if she can't handle anything on her own. Like, he has to be her white knight. And she pretty much proves to him, like, I don't need to be protected. I don't need to be handled as if I'm fragile. Like, I want to be treated as an equal. And Hisao and Hanako having that conversation at the end of her route, where they're both crying and apologizing to each other for what they've done to each other, that's good too. But I think if I had to say which one I enjoyed the most, it would probably be Emmy's. Anyway, I think we've gone on long enough. Like, how long have I been on my post-starting screen? I think, like, probably close to a half hour. Not close to a half hour. At least 15 minutes, I think. But, anyway. That's all for this part of Katawa Shoujo! We're going to be continuing on with Rin's route in the next, in the Sunday after next, which is the 22nd. I highly doubt we're going to finish Rin's route on the 22nd. I hope at least we get a lot farther than this. Excuse me. But yeah, so the 22nd of February, and it's going to be at the same time as always, which is at 8 p.m. CST, barring any unfortunate circumstances, because we never know what the fuck could happen. But, yeah. So, I can't really think of anything else to say. So I think now is the time we start wrapping it up. So, and it also just occurred to me, it's like, oh yeah, the next part of this game is gonna be part 13. Oh boy. Oh know? But anyway, so thank you all for joining me tonight. I hope you all enjoyed it. Next time, we're gonna be learning more about Rin. We might encounter a sex scene? I don't know. God, I'm afraid. I'm definitely afraid of that. But maybe we won't, who knows. But anyway, with that out of the way, I forgot my outro. What the fuck? With that out of the way, thank you all for joining me, and I hope to see you all next time. Until then, have a good night, a good couple weeks. Please stay safe. Take care of yourselves. You know, things are crazy. I will say, things seem to be slowly turning in the right direction, but we're still ways away from that. And just take joy in, just find joy where you can in these dark times. I'm kind of bad. It's fine if you're bad at English. I mean, I thought I was your victim, as you said. I thought I was your victim to learn English from. Listen, if I get the general gist of what you're saying, it's fine. But anyway, I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody.